Today, we wrap up what's been a spectacular week of racing on the heels of an excellent Kentucky Derby. Junior Alvarado getting his first Derby win aboard the Bill Mott trainee Sovereignty. And guess what? Junior's back riding Socially Selective in New York today in the Vagrancy. But we have plenty of other stakes action to come, including Bishop's Bay in the Westchester. That's one of 4 stakes on the card. Perhaps standing in his way is Bank Frenzy, the consistent New York bred who is on a 4-race win streak. We'll talk about all of the stakes action this afternoon in a moment, bringing you all of the action today, live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday as we get ready to talk about some great racing, a Pick 6 carryover as well, and of course look back on the first leg of the Triple Crown yesterday. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as we welcome in Andy Serling here with me in a moment, looking back on yesterday's Kentucky Derby. What a celebration it was for Sovereignty, a horse that crossed the wire first in the Kentucky Derby for Bill Mott, technically giving him his second Kentucky Derby win. Of course, back in 2019, Country House was elevated to first through disqualification, but this time Bill said it was particularly special to have that thrilling victory, get all the pomp and circumstance along with it, as well as Godolphin had an incredible sweep this weekend, taking the Kentucky Oaks, the 2000 Guineas, and the Kentucky Derby. As I welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, it seemed like it was a particularly fulfilling Kentucky Derby this year.
Well, they also won the 1,000 Guineas for the fillies today, a little bit earlier,
that's
so
true.
they've won all of them. It was. And I think one of the things that makes it, as you say, fulfilling or satisfying is that the best horses ran 1, 2, 3 in here. And there may be races they meet up where the order has changed. But I think they were the 3 best horses. And for a 19-horse field in a sloppy track, there were remarkably little incidents. I think people tend to overrate trouble and expect things for a Kentucky Derby with all of the things that can happen. There was very little trouble in the race. I thought Umberto Rispoli gave an absolutely perfect ride on the journalism, the runner-up. I thought Junior gave a brilliant ride on the winner of the race. I thought Flavien Prat let him kind of go, and he came late with Baeza, who was probably 3rd best as it turned out. Thought good riders, riding well and riding good horses, a very satisfying Derby.
It certainly was for a big field, a wet track. There's a lot of things that can happen throughout the running of the Kentucky Derby. We'll talk more about it in a bit, but one of 4 stakes on today's program is the Westchester, coming up in race 9, a grade 3 event. And this is where Fierceness was originally scheduled to run, Andy. We got a chance to see him win this weekend at Churchill Downs instead. And as a result, we have an incredibly interesting and competitive Westchester.
Yeah, I'd like to personally thank Mike Rapoli for running Fierceness down at Churchill Downs, because we never would have had as interesting a race that we would have had. Fierceness, excuse me, was a great attraction, but this is a very competitive race. You see, most of the field is expected to take some money in this race, and we'll see what Bishop's Day can do coming back from Oaklawn, cutting back to a 1-turn mile.
That's right, coming in off a narrow win in the American Pharoah at Oaklawn last time out. He was drifting out. Ben Duke ducked down to the rail. There was, it seemed like a huge amount of space in between the two of them in the stretch there. He is a horse that maybe sometimes loses a bit of focus or tends to drift, but he was able to hold on for victory there. And looking for his first graded stakes win. This was a horse that back in 2023, before that big layoff, Andy, he was a head behind Arcangelo in the Peter Pan. Of course, that horse using that prep to go on and win the Belmont.
It's funny, I was trying to remember his name actually for a while, and we were wondering, Nick Hammer and I were talking one day and wondering what happened to him, and remembering he ran second to 2 fills in the Ohio Derby.
Yeah.
It's a shame the 2 fills got injured. He could have really been one of the good ones. He's okay, but I think this is more than an okay field.
Certainly is as well. Take a look at the top 2 finishers from the Stymie. Bank Frenzy getting the win here. He's riding a 4-race win streak. Worcester, meanwhile, will try to turn the tables on him.
And I think this is a fun moment to make fun of Randy Sarf, of course, LSU Stables, because he had joked with me earlier, or not joked, he was serious. I thought he was crazy, saying that he hopes Farbridge can find some more competition. Well, I don't know if Farbridge is going to find more competition, though. I think we saw yesterday he might have another horse in the barn and deterministic. But I think that Bank Frenzy is now finding more competition than Westchester. Maybe he's up to it, maybe he's not. He's been very good, but this is a whole new ball game today for him.
He has been incredibly consistent. Bank Frenzy, again, riding that 4-race win streak back into New York Bred Company in the Haynesfield last time, but certainly showed he could win against Open Company with that dominant score in the Stymie. Makes for a very fun and interesting field in the Westchester. We take a look at what's coming up today. 10 race cards, fast and firm at Belmont Park. Again, Belmont at the Big A. We would originally be at Belmont Park. Of course, our today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll also bring you races 2 through 8 at Tampa Bay Downs on the closing day there in Florida. Want to remind everybody, now's the perfect time to sign up with Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com to get started. We'll kick off the afternoon here in New York with a New York bred Sprint Maiden Special Weight. And right now it is Tiote, third time out for Brad Cox, who's currently your favorite. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle. We'll meet the field, though, starting off with the 1 Poppy's Ticket.
Nice to have the top riders back in town as well, and a great day for Manny yesterday winning the big race. This is a first-time starter. Is he getting better? Is he getting IRAD money?
Irad Ortiz on that firster. There's another firster on Molo, and there is Manny on Tiote, your favorite.
I think Tiote is a horse you must bet against. He will win this race if none of the firsters can run and the other horses don't show up. I think he is a very, very dicey even money shot.
Big price on a first-time starter, College Hunk.
Not named after me, I can promise you that. A first foal from a dam that didn't do much running.
Not taking much money on the board right now. A horse that did show some speed last time is the 5 Detail Oriented.
My top choice. I thought he was very aggressively ridden in a race that having speed turned out to be a problem. Maybe today he can clear. Yesterday we saw speed be very good.
Terminal Velocity, yet another first-time starter.
I think this is the more dangerous first-time starter. It is more of a turf pedigree, but maybe going on the dirt's a good sign. And Phil Serpy can win with a first-time starter.
He's taking some attention, too, at 4-1. And here's the 7 Don Luis, first time since October.
This is a bit of a wise guy horse, right? He's been $1,000,000 in his races, in both races, stake races at Finger Lakes. So, frankly, whatever happens here, he's getting some class relief, Acacia.
We'll see what he can do coming back into this spot facing maidens for the first time as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, what are you seeing from these maidens?
Well, Acacia, as we just had some drizzle falling here in South Ozone Park, as the track, as you mentioned, still fast. They do have it open, always a good sign. It usually means when they leave the track open, it means that there wasn't much rain behind whatever we're getting. So we'll take a look here at the field, beginning with your heavy favorite. And I know Andy and I both against this one, Tiote. I just don't know how good he is. And I'll probably put him right in the winner's circle by saying this, but I'm going to wager that as he is a colt, that pretty much every other filly or mare we see on the card today is bigger and stronger than him. He is tiny. There is not much of him either. He's not one I can endorse, especially from my perspective, looking at these horses physically. As we'll take a look at the outside runner coming in for his 3-year-old bow is Don Luis, getting Lasix, faced much better horses, as Acacia and Andy were just saying, and he got slammed at the start last time out. I don't know if he's necessarily going to show any more speed than what we saw from him in those debut races, but at least he's posted outside, and he comes in here, and having not seen him as a 2-year-old, I don't really have a basis to compare him to. But he is big and he is strong and he comes in looking incredibly fit. He's definitely one that caught my eye at a price. And you know, you're kind of dealing with the unknown with him, even though he has run. So I think he's an interesting player in this field. As we'll check in with the firsters who are taking money, Irad Ortiz money, I would have to think, on Poppy's Ticket, because Chris Englehart doesn't have the greatest numbers with first-time starters 3 and up on the Naira circuit. He's only 2 for 36 with a negative ROI. Now, he's by Mission Impossible, who only throws 6% first-time out winners with his older stock. The dam, she really liked Finger Lakes. She went 6 for 6 there, actually. There hasn't been much production otherwise. He does give the appearance, though, talking about Poppy's Ticket, that he could be quick. You know, he's compact, he's really muscle-bound, really strong hind end to him, too. And we saw Irad give him quite an aggressive warm-up with those 3/4 cup blinkers on. So look for him, if he gets away cleanly, to be forwardly placed. Now, I went with number 6 in here, Terminal Velocity, as you heard Andy say, it is more turf on the bottom, but the good sign is that he doesn't look turf meant to me. He is by Unified, who is a little bit more of that kind of candy ride line where they can get horses to do anything on any surface. This is a big horse, so I'm a little concerned, and I pick him with an asterisk, that he's not all the way fit, but there is talent there. You look at his workout pattern, and he's laid down some solid 48s time and time again, but there is some gaps. So I'm wondering if he's going to need a start overall, but I'm really intrigued, Acacia, to see how he does. Like I said, he could run well here, but ultimately benefit from getting this start under his belt.
Maggie, thank you. See how it plays out. Intriguing race because it's even money. It almost feels like kind of, defaulting to a horse with some experience. Here's another one with experience, though, that I think you like, Andy, and a far better price on detail-oriented.
And we'll expand a little on what you're saying, and I agree. I have a thing for this horse. I thought he ran okay in his first start. Jose was obviously riding instructions and super crazy aggressive last time out from the rail, not knocking it in any way. It turned out to be a race, though, where the winner was a firster that had a lot of speed, and there ended up Pandemic Hero is very fast. There isn't that kind of speed in this race unless there's a very fast first-time starter. So I think it's another opportunity to go to the front. And I've made this pick before yesterday's track, which was kind of speed. I lost on him once. I'm going to lose on him again. Everybody that plays the horses understands that feeling. And as far as Tiote you were talking about, it is a little – listen, he's run Beyers in the low 60s. I don't think anybody's expecting an 80 Beyer to win this race. Having said that, he's had such delicious trips in those races, and he's just kind of one of these horses. I mean, you see it, Maggie and I were talking about, he just sort of runs along with the crew. He
barely got up for second last time,
and it's like he might win because nobody else here is very good, but he's not a great money shot. You've got two first-time stars that are taking some money, and I know one's with IRAD, but that horse is taking money on the rail with some decent works. I think the 5's a little bit interesting. I think the 7's even a bit of a wise guy type horse. I'm hoping there's something going on in this race, but maybe there isn't.
Fun way to kick off the card on this Sunday afternoon. New York Bred Maiden special weight coming up. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin, ready for the Sunday card.
Terminal Velocity. 2 out here, goes in. Don Luis to the outside. Don Luis and John Velasquez aboard. Last to low. Beginning of the early pick 5. Goes in, all set. And they're up. Detail-oriented, flashes early speed, will get the first call, and at the rail, here comes Poppy's Ticket, wants to be in the early fray. Tiote is settled in behind them, is in 4th, is bottled up in behind Rivals, as that's going to be Terminal Velocity out in the center of the racetrack, is now taken 3rd. Also moving forward is Don Luis, pushes Tiote back to 5th, is right in front of the 2 trailers Anmolo with College Hunk. They work up the backstretch, tightly bunched now as Detail-oriented has got the lead, 22.78 for that opening quarter mile. Kendrick Carmouche now encouraging Detail-oriented to sprint on and goes into the far turn, is trying to get some separation from the field. Terminal Velocity is in hand, still moving forward here from 2nd. Now encouraged 3 wide, that's Don Luis. Poppy's Ticket is at the rail. Detail-oriented is still up by a length and a half, almost 2. College Hunk starts to rally on. Tiote is far back and making hard work of it, is under a full drive and not making up any ground, and the trailer Anmolo. They reach the top of the stretch, and Detail-oriented has been in front throughout and is sprinting for home. They're chasing this leader, Detail-oriented, who's just still keeping this comfortable margin. Up on the outside, Don Luis has got a mild rally inside this final furlong. Detail-oriented. Don Luis a clear 2nd. Terminal Velocity and Poppy's Ticket late inside the final 16th. Right there on the rail, Detail-oriented. Front-running score. Don Luis 2nd, then came Poppy's Ticket, then Terminal Velocity. 1 minute 17.65 seconds.
Gates of Wire, detail-oriented. Well, you could say that about Kendrick Carmouche as he pays attention. He was aggressive with this horse and takes him every step of the way. Nice pick.
Thank you. Well, it's just such a different circumstance than last time. I mean, I think they had the right idea last time. It's just sometimes the right idea blows up in your face, and unfortunately, a lot of people were result-oriented. Oh, that blew up my face. I'm not going to be aggressive with him today. No, you tried to do the right thing. It just was the wrong situation to do it, and here, Kendrick was sustained on the lead. We talked about the 7 as a live horse, as a bit of a long shot. More importantly than this horse, and it does seem like speed's pretty good, I hope some people listened about the 3. because this was a horse, and it's one of those things in racing, especially with maidens, and maidens from guys like Brad Cox, or your father-in-law, or Chad Brown or Todd Pletcher, trainers that win. When they have short prices, and this horse wasn't even bet that heavily first time out, when they have horses that run well in maiden race like that, they win. These are trainers that win. And this horse had a couple of chances, and this was just a much more interesting race, I think, than people gave it credit for.
Third time out was the charm for Detail Oriented. Got the victory. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. Easing up at the wire. Nice exacta there as well with Don Luis, who finally got a chance to face maidens as opposed to running against New York Bred Stakes Company. He'll be an interesting one to watch. This is his first start in quite some time.
No, I agree. And he was the kind of horse. John Velasquez is back. The band's all here, right? The band is back together. They're all back in town. It's great to see. A horse that, they had ambitiously placed him. He was almost 70 and 80 to 1 in his 2 starts, and today just a more realistic spot, and runs well to finish second here.
11 to 1 winner. Top pick from Andy Sterling. Detail Oriented gets the victory. Bring you prices when we come back, and we'll take a look back at Kentucky Derby 151. Sovereignty reigns supreme in the Kentucky Derby. What a win, what a victory, and a special moment for his connections.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com. Download the app today. Look, it's a great place, Times Square, but typically I avoid it at all costs.
I avoid it like the plague, and I live very close to it.
I used to live on 45th and 8th, so from my window you could see Times Square. And it was hard to avoid.
You're in the middle of the action there.
Oh, yeah.
I live a little north of it, but not far.
Into the winner's circle for this New York Bred Maiden Special Weight goes Detail Oriented. Gets the victory, wire to wire.
Yeah, good job by Kendrick putting him in front. Speed has been good at the track, but you know, there's a reason this horse could have been okay in here as well, and 7 ran second, and a complete no-show by the even money favorite.
$24.80 winner to kick off the day. A top pick from Andy. So hopefully you've got a little bit of cushion in the Naira Bets account to move on to the rest of the afternoon. Race 2 coming up next. We're going 1 1/8 in this allowance, and 4 to 5 right now, no surprise, on Ben Duke. If you like Bishop's Bay in the Westchester a little bit later, well, here's the horse that narrowly was defeated that day in the American Pharoah.
But I will say a potential problem for him is the track helping horses that have speed. Now, I picked Film Star second. If I was convinced he could get the lead from Repo Rocks, I probably would have put him on top. Ben Duke is the most talented horse in this race, but he is sometimes his own worst enemy, and the track might not be to his liking.
Moving towards the starting gate for race 2 at Tampa Bay Downs. Closing day there down at Tampa, as we have a maiden claiming on the turf going a mile. And Andy, you and I were just talking about kind of some interesting pedigrees in here. The 7 Bird Dance, a first-time starter, actually has a huge turf pedigree.
I know that you and I, when we get these races, and you and I are sort of pedigree degenerates. We'll look up the lowest level horses. We can't
nerds,
leave any stone unturned to look at their pedigrees. And we go through these, and you're sort of always expecting them to be a lot of bad horses, and maybe some horse won on the turf with a 47 buyer. And suddenly you get to Bird Dance, who's a 1/2 to 2 legitimate racehorses. There's a very good second dam, and there's a giant amount of turf pedigree. But to be fair, the horse sold for $10,000 and is debuting a $16,000 claimer. But there is a lot of pedigree.
A little bit of a question mark there. Yeah, the second dam Flagbird, multiple group winner on the turf in Europe and grade 1 placed on turf in America. Michaela, currently the heavy favorite, though. Leading rider Sammy Marin will be aboard on this one, dropping back down.
Well, your favorite rider, Sammy Marin. Maggie was teasing me about him on the show today. You know, he is the best rider at Tampa. You know, we talk about it. I agree.
Do you want an interesting, useless stat?
My life is interesting, useless stats.
The youngest rider to take the Tampa title since Jose Lascano in 2005-2006.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
All that just means is Jose's old.
Well, that's about it. As we see number 5 acting up a little bit in the starting gate. Drink it deeply. One more left to load. We'll send it up to Jason Beam for race 2 at Tampa.
Drink Deeply continues to act up in gate 5, settles down. And the race is on. Breaking outward there was Willful Rose. Spun to Perfection was away quickly. Derby Effort is right there close up. And Michaela, the favorite, coming up to join the front ranks as well. As Gunamists on the far outside, away in 4th. It's going to be Derby Effort in the red colors to lead him by the wire the first time round. Spun to Perfection's in that second line between horses Michaela. Gunamists going to be 3 deep. In behind them, Drink Deeply on heels just a touch there. Is moving up Thunder Princess to the far outside, takes over 5th. Willful Rose is away 7th in the yellow colors, black cap on the outside. It's another 2.5 then. Back to Bird Dance. Down to that one's inside his new way. And another 2 back to Norma's Irish Lass, who's going to sit in the trailing position. 23.76 seconds for the opening quarter mile on a 3-prong battle up front as Thunder Princess comes up to join Gunamist and Derby Effort. Those 3 across the track as they race with just over a half mile to go. They're a length and a half clear of Michaela, who gets a nice spot in behind in 4th. 2 more back to Drink Deeply, who moves inside of Willful Rose. It's then that gap of 6 or 7 lengths back to Bird Dance, who goes around Spun to Perfection. After that comes New Way, and Norma's Irish Last is still last. As they wind into that far turn, 47.14 seconds. Derby Effort trying to fend them off here. Thunder Princess, the first big challenge. Michaela looms large, moving up 3 deep on the outside. As Derby Effort brings him around to the top of the stretch. Thunder Princess 2 deep, 3 deep here. Pushed along as Michaela as they come to the top of the lane. Derby Effort cuts the corner just in front. Michaela on the outside has some momentum, is now up to 2nd. Then comes Thunder Princess. Drink Deeply continues to make some progress from 4th down the center of the track. Derby Effort is still there. Final 16th to go. Marcos Meneses, Derby Effort, Michaela on the outside. Derby Effort and Michaela. Derby Effort, a 15-1 win. Michaela was 2nd, 3rd. Thunder Princess 4th. Drink Deeply, a long way back to a photo for 5th.
Well, maybe this was the hunch bet on Kentucky Derby weekend. Derby Effort, not quite the same type of horse, but she got to the turf for the first time and made it a winning one.
That might be the strongest handicapping angle I can think of for this horse. This one's first time on the turf, however, has the kind of pedigrees we expected. The dam was over 2 in the turf. She's produced 2 horses to try the turf. Neither of them could do any running, but hey, not only Derby Effort, but the second dam, her sire was Concerto, who prior to yesterday might have been the best horse that Bill Mott ever ran the Kentucky Derby. So there you go.
There you go.
It all comes full circle.
See, it was there.
At Tampa, we just sort of really used some stupid uncommon sense.
Derby effort with the win. Speaking of Kentucky Derby, yesterday we saw Sovereignty get the victory. Indy, I know you and I had discussed a lot kind of the way that this pace looked to set up and how it could potentially be for closers or for a horse that was kind of mid-pack like a Journalism. Both Junior Alvarado and Umberto Rispoli, I think, really did a sensational job with putting their horses in the best possible position.
Absolutely no question about it. And I think it's interesting because it really does feel like Junior was waiting for Rispoli to move. And he and Sandman started trying to move together. He ran away from Sandman like Sandman was stuck in sand because he's just a better horse, and they're both deeper type closers. He went by Baeza. Baeza ended up re-rallying towards the end. I think, and I'm not knocking Baeza, he ran well, but he was kind of picking up the pieces well a little bit from the two that did sort of more running in the middle. And you can say, well, Journalism, did he move a little soon? No. That's who he is. He's more of a mid-pack horse, and that's why I preferred him. I thought the mid-pack position would help. It didn't help him. Did it hurt him? Not really. The best horse won this race, and I think both guys gave tremendous rides, and I couldn't be happier for Bill Mott, one of the absolute greatest trainers in the history of the game. And, you know, getting a Derby win, you shouldn't be measured by them. And now people can say Bill's won 2 Derbies, and there's not an asterisk next to it, right? It's now 2 Derby wins for Bill.
That's right. And tremendous ambassador of the game as well, a true horseman, as we got a chance to hear from trainer Bill Mott what could potentially be next for Sovereignty and how he came out of the race.
You know, we're just tossing back the options, and I believe we want to do what's best for the horse. I know everybody would, you know, normally, of course, you want to always think about a Triple Crown, and that's not something we're not going to think about. But I think we've got to, you know, we've got to come to a conclusion probably in the next few days, but it's not going to be this morning. Looks great. He ate up last night. I mean, I was really flabbergasted when I saw him. You know, by the time I got back to the barn, he had eaten up. I mean, his tub was already out of the stall, and he must have eaten his dinner in 20 minutes. That was, you know, which is pretty unusual for a horse that's run that hard, and she had great appetite. He jogged good this morning. He looked good. As I was rolling out of bed this morning, my wife asked me if I believed it yet, and I said, well, it's starting to sink in. I mean, it really is pretty special. As I said before, I've been in this barn for over 45 years, and this is the second Derby winner, but the first one that crossed the line first. So it's special. I mean, Churchill Downs is naturally a special place for me, and to win the Derby, you know, the impact of it on me and my family, I think it's just something we've dreamed about for a long time.
Well, obviously, Maggie, we'll wait to see what's next for Sovereignty, but a horse that I know caught your eye right from the beginning as well, and one that we both liked all along through his journey. And seeing him flourish, it really seemed like he peaked at the right time for a true horseman.
Right, isn't that the truth? That you could tell the way he was training into this Kentucky Derby, that, and too, with the KG, one of the most brilliant horsemen of my generation, of our generation, and Bill Mott knew it too. He was so quietly confident. He knew what he was doing. He wasn't expecting, you know, this big blowout performance in the Florida Derby. He was waiting for what really mattered, and that was the Kentucky Derby. As I don't have a monitor, so I don't know if we're showing the start back, guys. If you could tell me, that would be great. Okay. As Andy and I were talking about, a lot of people saying that Sovereignty did clip heels out of the gate, and I didn't think it at first, and then after I've watched the Derby 10 times, he actually did slightly when we saw Sandman and Chunk of Gold kind of come together. But that's how athletic this horse is. You don't even see it. That he recovered so quickly, and I thought a brilliant ride by Junior Alvarado. This is a horse, the deep closer, so he knew what the task was at first: get over to the rail, save as much ground as possible. But then when he saw that Umberto Rispoli and Journalism were moving, he said, it's go time, buddy, and Sovereignty was there for him, Acacia. And it was so satisfying to see the best 2 horses as of now, of this generation, finish 1-2.
It really was, Maggie, a really fun Kentucky Derby to follow, and looking like, you know, Sovereignty, of course, we'll see what takes place over the next few days and the decision they make.
in the Preakness.
We would both be surprised if he's not in the Preakness. I believe Journalism kind of 50-50, and Baeza will wait for the Belmont Stakes, and we will be eagerly awaiting him there.
Yeah, I would say that on Maggie's side, I think the best 3-horse, I think Maggie would agree, ran 1, 2, 3. And it's funny with Sovereignty, is he a Triple Crown threat? Any Derby winner's Triple Crown threat. In this particular case, he's more than just a long shot winning it. He's a legitimate threat. Just remember, one horse has to win one race for there to be a potential Triple Crown. The Derby winner has to win the Preakness. I'm looking back on this and remembering Sovereignty debuted on Travers Day in Saratoga and finished 4th. My friend Pete Minikis was up there, and he was with Dan Pride, who runs Godolphin, essentially, in Kentucky. And he told me after the race, he said, Dan said to him, that's our Derby horse.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people say after maiden races, but keep in mind, he lost that race. He didn't win it. You know, he didn't get all that attention in there. A lot of people say it could be our Derby horse, and it doesn't pan out. In this case, it did.
Certainly did. An impressive win. And as we touched on at the top of the show, an incredible weekend for Godolphin, and winning the Derby, you know, for a really storied operation, a breeding operation as well. Of course, they got close with Essential Quality a couple of years ago, who won the Belmont Stakes. But seeing an operation like that winning Oaks and Derby, you know, really kind of highlights just the dominance that they've had over the last several years.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have an incredible broodmare band and all those things. But I think one of the things that's interesting is they also at least eventually learned from mistakes. They stopped prepping horses over in Dubai for the Kentucky Derby. And they stopped going out and spending an inordinate amount of money for flashy-looking 2-year-olds, whether it was that, not World Appeal, but there was that good horse that ran okay in the Derby, but also Discreet Cat, who didn't make the Derby, and while he turned out to be very good, they figured out the best way to do it. And the other difference that's made for them, and I'm not saying this is expensive, any of their other trainers, obviously Brad Cox, a great trainer, others, but going back to Bill Mott, and I'll say it again, you know, we forgot that Bill trained all those Derby horses like Elusive Quality years ago, and Bill said to me that he was never going to take horses from them as long as Tommy Albertrani was their trainer, because Tommy and Bill were very, very close and had worked together. But as he said to me, when I started looking around and realizing they were giving horses to lots of different people, I called them up and said, remember me. Well, it worked out well for Bill, but I would say it worked out pretty damn good for Godolphin as well.
Potentially on to the Preakness Stakes and on to the Triple Crown. I know for us selfishly, as we of course have Belmont Stakes, home of Belmont Stakes here on Fox, we would love to see somebody win the first 2 and bring that on to Saratoga.
I totally agree. That would be incredibly exciting. Regardless, if those 3 horses match up in the Belmont Stakes again, that's pretty exciting as well, and we'll see who else is out there as well. A very satisfying Derby, even if, you know, you picked the winner. Greg had the tri-cold. We had some great opinions here at Stall Around, except for me, but people not named Andy Surley. But it's also satisfying to come out of it and say, whether you were right or wrong, the right horses ran 1, 2, 3.
Speaking of Bill Mott, there is his Ben Duke. We will have to get Maggie's opinion in a moment, Trackside, because I've noticed they finally have changed the bit on him. It's something Bill and I actually talked about before the American Pharoah, because he is a horse that tends to drift, as we saw in that race last time out, Bishop's Bay drifting out. You've got Ben Duke, who has the tendency to lug in and be a little bit tough to handle and his own worst enemy at times.
He is a handful. I could never take him at 3 to 5. I picked him on top, but he's the best horse in this race if he runs his race.
Meeting the rest of the field, though, it's filled of some interesting runners. Here's the tough New York bred General Banker.
You got to love this guy.
Yep.
Does he ever run a bad race? And he's run well enough at a 1 1/8 that I think his 1 1/8 races are in line with his mile races. They've just been tougher spots.
Repo Rocks could be the speed.
He could be the speed, and if he were mine, I'd say send at all costs. If he's good enough, he'll win.
Here's Classic Catch, second last out in the Excelsior.
The problem with him, for a win perspective, is he's a deep, deep closer on the wrong kind of racetrack. And don't you really think if a closer or a horse coming from a little behind wins, Ben Duke is less than 1 to 2 to be that horse?
Film Star should be forward as well.
If I was convinced he could clear the 3, I would bet him in this race, but I just don't know if Silvera is going to let him go, and he probably won't.
And the class of the field, Ben Duke.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's been frustrating. He's piling up the second-place finishes, but let's discuss them. He lost to Krupe when Krupe was good. He lost to Pipeline, Law Professor, Disarm, Bishop's Bay. These are some pretty good horses that he's
Yes.
been losing to, but he's a 1-2 shot that has a lot of second-place finishes and some bad habits.
We have a pick 4 kicking off here. We'll see what Ben Duke will do. And with the outside post, and Maggie, I know we've had a lot of conversations about Ben Duke's habit and the equipment that he does wear.
Yeah, so they finally changed it today. He was wearing that. I mean, the names of these bits, everybody has a different name for them, to be honest. He was wearing what the Mott Barn calls the Ramblin' Road bit, which I called a button bit, and now they have one. I wouldn't call it let's call it a cage bit, Leanna Williford says. But I don't know, it doesn't have the bar underneath, right, Leanna? It just has the bar across. So anyway, it's an extended cage bit. We'll call it that. How about that? Looking at him here, and I actually saw him down at Churchill when I was down there taking a look at the Derby horses and stopping to get stall shots of your Kentucky Derby winner in Sovereignty, and the exercise rider was walking Ben Duke around the shed row, and I, of course, recognized him. She's like, wow, you know him? And I'm like, yeah, he's like one of my horse crushes, duh. So anyway, so it's good to see him back here running in New York, but we'll see if that equipment ultimately, proves to be the cure to Ben Duke's propensity to want to lug in. It also has a bit of not a burr, but just an extra kind of disc on that inside to prevent him from lugging in like he always wants to do, but physically looks fantastic. As we'll check in with number 3, Repo Rocks, and talking about different equipment as he'll try to stretch out to this 2 mile and an eighth, which I don't particularly like him doing this, but it also may allow him to get to the lead. But on the flip side, the extension blinker goes back on today. So I wasn't wearing it last time, and I don't know what that's about, to be perfectly honest with you. So we'll see how he breaks and reacts to that equipment. As I agree with what Andy's saying, Classic Catch probably doesn't have the easiest of jobs, but I thought the pace might be a little bit more lively than what we anticipate maybe on paper, so therefore it might benefit Classic Catch, who I think looks sensational. He looks so good on the racetrack. And then, guys, I wasn't going to talk about Filmstar, but Filmstar is warming up well. I don't like him, but I just wanted to throw him in there because it looked as though he is really moving exceptionally well and very expressive in his stride on the track, Acacia.
Framing up nicely. Maggie, thank you. Filmstar. We'll see what he does. Jose Ortiz back in the saddle aboard this horse, who's ridden him to victory as well. And I think a lot of it will depend with the way this track has been playing. Andy, who gets to the front end?
I agree. The track is a factor, and sometimes those biases can be even more extreme in route races. On the other hand, good horses can overcome biases as well. And if the 3 and 5 should hook up, it's problematic for all of them. But the point being with Ben Duke, who we've picked and we think the horse to beat, the potential, he's got 2 potential chinks in his armor. One is he's Ben Duke, and he likes to lose races and find ways to lose them. The second one is he could be compromised by the racetrack.
So there's a good look at that bit Maggie was talking about. Yeah, it's funny. I had a conversation down at Payson with Bill Mott prior to the American Pharoah when he was saying that he was expecting to change the bit before that race to what we typically think of as an extended cage bit, which is the bar underneath, the straight bar through the mouth, and truly power steering on either side. And you will see kind of those prongs extended to the outside. Typically the Ramblin' Road, as Bill calls it, or the button bit that Maggie was talking about, no bar underneath the chin, but doesn't bend in the middle. So a similar type of purpose. They didn't change the bit last time, and now they look like they go with something I have not seen really before. So a pretty aggressive bit, as you heard Maggie talking about. We'll see if it works. Do you think the outside post is a benefit for him?
I don't think it matters that much, does it really? It's a 5-horse field. He's not going to be in front. He should be able to get his position. I think it's more a question of whether he finds a way to lose the race or if the track works against him. He is the best horse.
2 to 5 on Ben Duke. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Duke off slowly, just a step slow will be the early trailer. General Banker is with the early pace, and right there is Repo Rocks as a challenging presence to the outside. Now puts a nose in front. Film Star is going to join them. Now takes back, is going to tuck right in behind the leaders as the front two start to skip away. Down at the rail in the 4th position comes Classic Catch, and the early trailer Ben Doog is 3 off the lead. The leader is Repo Rocks under a tight hold. Repo Rocks is just tugging at Ruben Silvera, working to the front, and now is a half length in front of General Banker, who's going to let that leader press on. 24.31 for the opening quarter mile. Repo Rocks is the clear leader. Film Star is challenging General Banker there for the 2nd position as they're right in behind the pace setter, who's off the rail, and that's the leading trio. Classic Catch, Kendrick Harmouche starts to move forward, is in behind rivals, and Ben Doog is a handful. Wants to move forward here for Jose Lezcano through a 49-second flat half-mile time. Ben Doog is right in behind that leading group, and the leader is still Repo Rocks. Repo Rocks, the long shot, is in front, is up by that half length. Film Star, a stalking presence to the outside, and here comes General Banker, is going to move back on through towards the inside, and they're 3 across the racetrack. Classic Catch is in behind them. Ben Doog is just waiting for his cue, and Ben Doog is right in behind these leaders, and now Jose Lezcano is letting Ben Doog run a little bit. Repo Rocks is trying to keep the advantage. Film Star is a looming presence to the outside. Film Star is in hand. All in is General Banker. Classic Catch is looking for a seam. Ben Doog got the cue and did not accelerate right away. And Film Star is going to get the jump. It's Film Star who's trying to sprint away. Ben Doog starts to open up his stride, is coming after the leader now. Film Star inside the final furlong. Film Star trying to shrug off the challenge, but here comes Ben Doog. And Ben Doog is now shoulder to shoulder here with this leader. Ben Doog is put ahead in front. Ben Doog gets the victory. Ben Doog wins it over Film Star, Classic Catch, and General Banker in 1 minute 50.31 seconds.
The Kentucky Derby yesterday and back in the winner's circle today for trainer Bill Mott. Ben Doog gets the win, class prevailing in here.
He did. Film Star ran very well.
He
He wasn't able to make the lead, and he still gave this horse all he could handle. And Ben Doog is a horse that I think he's probably difficult to ride because you're afraid you're going to move too soon or you're going to hang. And I think Jose did a very good job of sort of keeping after him, but not asking too much of him too soon and putting him in that position. Because you can see at this point, he's just starting to ride him right now.
Film Star, who Maggie said was warming up really well on the track. I mean, he ran to it too. He was forwardly placed and second off that bit of a layoff. He ran very well today.
No, he did. He's a good horse. And he finally had a chance to strut his stuff a little bit. And it's nice to see Jose Ortiz here. People wondering, there's no racing at Churchill. There's a stake race here today. Yeah. Jose will be going back to Churchill, and we'll see him again in Saratoga. And, you know, maybe some people not paying attention to fairgrounds and such this year. Jose has been riding incredible. Now listen, I don't mean to be mean. He overlays the fairgrounds colony.
Yes.
But sometimes you go there and, you know, you can get a little lazy. Watching some of Jose's rides, he's riding as well as he's ever ridden.
Came over to Oaklawn a few times as well with some horses he picked up at the fairgrounds and also with some horses there. Rode Sandman in the Arkansas Derby, gave some exceptional rides on the days he was there too. Really riding in a good zone right now.
No, he's riding extremely well, and you know it's confidence in riding well. And obviously Jose Ortiz is a great rider. But I always wonder a little bit. You know, he wanted to go there with the family. I've talked about him. You know, living on the farm. He's happy living there. I wonder if not riding with his brother for a lot of the year is not a bad thing. You know, I mean, they're obviously very close, but sometimes maybe the competition gets in the way of things a little bit. I don't know. You know, I can't talk about that. They're both great riders, and I know that people like to make comments. I think both of these guys would do anything to win races.
100%.
And, you know, if you don't think these guys are trying to win races, you're just not paying attention.
Well, there's Jose Lezcano and Ben Doog into the winner's circle, getting that victory here in race number 3. Maybe that bodes well for Bishop's Bay a little bit later in the Westchester. Bring you more live racing and prices after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. And the Naira Betts Haskell
in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. with Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I think that's a new shot on the show of Grand Central.
It is a new shot. Doesn't
Yeah.
everybody running around quickly?
I like that. I love Grand
Grand
Central.
Central's an amazing, amazing
really
building.
do.
I agree. I love it. The cloud, the scene on the stars and the ceiling.
Oh, it's amazing. Well, there's Ben Duke going into the winner's circle. Got the right kind of ride from Jose Lezcano, the class prevailing, and gets the win over a Game Film Star.
Yeah, a good race by both these horses. Classic Catch actually ran well, too. He was able to get himself more in the game, and I think that helped him do well. He wasn't quite good enough, but he ran well in defeat.
$2.90 win as we turn the page, and it's time for some stakes action in race 3 coming up. 6 furlongs on the turf in the license fee. Wow, short price on Don't Look Back at All as she is back for her 5-year-old debut.
I scratched into her. I'd like Buttercream Babe in this race, and obviously it looks like the Clement Barn has a bit of a hammerlock, at least on the logicals in this race. The concern with Don't Look Back at All is her last 2 races leave a lot to be desired, and you have to worry. She's 5 now. Are these horses going to come back? And maybe she's just not really as interested in racing as she once was. I'll give you an analogous horse, Vava. Yeah, ran yesterday, who was so good, and then she just kind of lost her way a little bit, and she's probably fine physically. She just doesn't really have it anymore, and we'll see if this horse, because those last 2 races have to be a bit troubling.
Yep, we'll see what she does. Of course, graded stakes winner last summer at Saratoga in the Caress. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field when we come back. And there is Leslie's Rose as she returns in the Vagrancy a little bit later on. One of several stakes on the card. More on that when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We head over to Tampa Bay Downs. I wonder if your friend Gaspar the Gator's there waiting for you.
Oh, he's there.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows he's waiting for me, but he probably is. There's probably a few people out there who wouldn't mind if he got his hands on me.
Oh,
his
no.
His claws on me. I've actually never, outside of a zoo, I don't know if I've ever seen an alligator live.
Oh, I've seen a few.
I drove down
I actually,
Alligator
driving to
Alley
Tampa
once.
one day, I saw one just hanging out on the side of the road.
Really?
Yeah. That was
are-
my true
they are
Florida experience.
True prehistoric creatures.
Yes. Yes.
I keep
they
seeing the
are.
coming attractions for the new Jurassic Park movie. It's too scary for me.
Race 3 at Tampa coming up. It's a 6.5 furlong main track sprint. $20,000 claiming race. Favoritism. It's now the 5 Bohemian Style. Juan Arriagada finished second in the trainer standings. Had an incredibly strong meet down there this winter.
He did, and this horse is coming off the claim. His numbers off the claim recently, not great, but does it really matter? I'd be a little worried the number 3 might be the controlling speed in here, though Bohemian Style should be able to stalk him. It's probably between those two, the 6-5 and 7-5 choices in this race.
They do seem to be the most logical as they make their way to the gate.
I tell you something, I am impressed with Jason Beam's race calling.
Does a very
I
good
think
job.
Jason is an excellent, he's really a little under the radar. He calls here, he'll call Colonial Downs as well. He calls a very good race. I think he's excellent. And, you know, there's a lot of race callers around the country, and I think Jason, and obviously, you know, there are, you know, Travis, who's done a, you know, great job with the Derby and done such a good job down there, but I like Jason. I think
Couldn't
Jason's a
agree
good
more.
caller.
An incredibly kind person as well.
Yeah.
So well done, all meet. Jason, of course, this is closing day down at Tampa Bay Downs. I always enjoy my time there. It feels like a small, almost kind of fair type of racetrack. And I mean, everybody is always just so happy there.
I have
It's
to come
awesome.
down there and ruin your weekend sometime and join you next
see
year.
enough of you.
It's, she says lovingly.
Very lovingly. Race 3, Tampa Bay Downs coming up. Here is Jason Beam.
And the race is on. Mr. Squeaky Wheels from the inside got away well. Words of Fortune and the red and white colors out in good order. Those are the top two as they come out of the main course proper. It's a break of a length and a half, almost 2. Back to Bohemian Style, the early trailer Hypervenom, as they go through that first furlong and a half. And up on the front end, Mr. Squeaky Wheels, some pressure from Words of Fortune, who's under a tight hold in second. Length and a half more to Bohemian Style, Hypervenom. Those two now 2.5 off the lead. They go up the back stretch. It's Mr. Squeaky Wheels and Israel Rodriguez by the half-mile pole. That opening quarter navigated in 22.92 seconds. They have a length lead to Words of Fortune. Bohemian Style going to move up 3 wide on the outside is third. Hypervenom the trailer with 3 furlongs left to go. They got to come catch Mr. Squeaky Wheels. Mr. Squeaky Wheels midway around the far turn. Now Words of Fortune getting a little bit closer. Samuel Marin just took a peek over his shoulder to see where Bohemian Style is. He's about a length and a half in front of that rival. Hypervenom's 5 lengths last. They come around to the top of the stretch. Mr. Squeaky Wheels, Words of Fortune sent after that one on the outside, but Mr. Squeaky Wheels with something left out on the rail. Mr. Squeaky Wheels cuts the corner in front now by 2 to Words of Fortune. Bohemian Style on the outside, 5 more to Hypervenom. Mr. Squeaky Wheels just keeps on going. Mr. Squeaky Wheels by the 16th pole in front by 4 now. Words of Fortune and Bohemian Style. Mr. Squeaky Wheels gate to wire 1 at 5. Words of Fortune was second. Bohemian Style third. Fourth, Hypervenom.
Mr. Squeaky Wheels on the drop in class, found the right spot, getting the blinkers back on and gets the win.
Well, also a very good ride going in the front because this is not a speed horse. I know Sammy Morin, and I'm not saying it would have made a difference, but Sammy Morin was very happy to let this horse go, and in turn, it didn't help his chances. Now this horse won so easily, it probably didn't matter, but it's good to send horses to lead.
Yep.
It feels like we saw a new Deterministic yesterday, and you had been telling me how much he had grown up. But I also think going to lead, he really got to strut his stuff yesterday, and speed is often underrated in racing.
Totally agree. Great ride by Kendrick Carmouche
Yep.
in the Fort Marcy yesterday. Horses in the paddock for the license fee, though. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
Well, as Andy was saying before the break, it does feel like Christophe Clement has a firm hold on this license fee, but both of his mares having to come back off of layoffs. Not too concerning, though, as we'll take a look at the one taking the bulk of the play, and that's number 5. Don't Look Back at All, as I do agree, though, with Andy that she was pretty bad in her last 2. Now, before that, she was finishing, albeit a distant second, to AG Bullet, who did subsequently run very well in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint thereafter. Don't Look Back at All, she's always been a bigger type, just, big boned, big in stature, big in body frame. So I always kind of wonder, is a race under her belt to kick off a season beneficial? Whereas her stablemate, whom I'll get to, is number 3, Love Appeals, who is just smaller, handier, and looks as though she gets herself fitter that much quicker. So I honestly prefer Love Appeals. And Love Appeals, if you ignore the synthetic race, kind of went out on a high note as opposed to Don't Look Back at All. And I know, Don't Look Back at All has beaten her. But Love Appeals, depending on what metric you look at, if you look at Rags, when she wins, she actually runs a faster race than Don't Look Back at All. So I am going to side with the smaller, handier filly, maybe being a bit more ready into the price disparity. Doesn't hurt either. As I do want to talk about a horse coming back for her 4-year-old Bow, and that's number 6, Time to Dazzle. She was bad in her last effort in the Glen Cove, as it was, a pace that held together, but it was also only a 4-horse field. But that day, she was pretty nervous, she was pretty washy, and she looked to be getting out. So obviously maybe something amiss with her that day. And as she comes back here, physically, she's done very well. She has filled out. She's so much stronger. Really like her physical development that I've seen. Mentally, unfortunately, she's still a nervous type. She's not washed out, which is a good thing, but you can just tell she is one that lives on her nerves. She is also wearing a ring bit. I can't remember exactly what she wore last time, but hopefully for a filly that has that propensity to lean out a little bit, that will help her chances. And Acacia, she wasn't one that was necessarily on my radar for this comeback race, but physically, like I said, she elevated in my eyes.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Some good news there. We'll see how it plays out. Even money on Don't Look Back at All right now for this license fee coming up. As I think it's certainly fair points to bring up. And you and I were kind of discussing this, that, she ran really well at Kentucky Downs. Some horses, even if they run well there, they take some time coming out of that racetrack. And I don't know if that's exactly what the case was for her, but I do think it's an interesting question to bring up.
Well, it's a reasonable inference because her form completely fell apart after she raced there. So to suggest they're not related, I mean, they may not be related, but it's hard not to think it's possible. Kentucky Downs I totally understand having horses and wanting to go there. It is great money, especially for turf horses. It's a great opportunity, but it's a tricky place. And I've said this before, it's like the Claw. That machine, a friend of mine made this. This is something I'm stealing from a friend of mine, where, the claw where you put your money in, you think you're going to grab all the merchandise, the dollars, and you never get anything. And that's Kentucky Downs. It looks so appealing, but it's just so random down there.
Yeah. It is. You never know which horses are going to handle that track. Right. We saw Irad Ortiz taking pictures of some of the West Point partners as he will climb aboard. Don't Look Back at All. I know this is their job, and I know, as you said, there's no racing at Churchill, but I always really do admire the riders who ride in the Derby, ride in the big races yesterday on a big day, and back right in action at the start of the card on Sunday.
See him in a claimer in the first race after riding in the Derby, and that's why these guys are so good. You take it, and I'm not saying this is a knock on anybody else. You take Irad, and this is why it annoys me when people would say, "Oh, he lets his brother win." You've got to be kidding me. This guy rides 5 claimers like he's riding in the Derby. I mean, that's just who Irad is.
Meeting the field, Weehawken went by, cutting back in distance. Here is Love Appeals off the bench.
Weehawken ran faster races when going and sprint up at Woodbine. As far as Love Appeals, she got good last year. Now, her last race, synthetic wasn't, but her form was excellent.
Hollywood Walk also cutting back.
She's probably... Why is she the longest shot on the board here? She's actually got some okay turf sprint form.
Yeah, there's Don't Look Back at All, your favorite.
Yeah, if she can refine that form from earlier in the year, she's going to win this race.
Even money. Time to Dazzle off the bench.
I don't think this is a true turf sprinter, and I did not like this horse's last race at all, but maybe something went wrong.
And On Command, first time on turf in a while.
Maggie made an interesting point about this horse, talking about it earlier today. the only times that she ran on turf, she didn't run that badly if you look at it, and she's not a router.
No.
She's a sprinter, and there isn't much speed in this race. You have to think that Katie Davis and Amelia Green are thinking of setting her the lead, and she's a real wild card in this race. And if you're not noticing Amelia Green, you're not paying attention. For those people that aren't familiar with her, she was an assistant to Todd Pletcher for a number of years. She's gone out on her own this year. She has not run that many horses, but she's doing an exceptional job, and she's really a name, I think, to keep your eye on, because I think a lot of people, she's opening eyes, she's going to get more opportunities, and she's good.
Very well said. Sends out a On Command to the outside at 9-1. Taking a look, though, at Love Appeals. As you mentioned, she did get good last year. Here's her win in the Autumn Days, and she was a price that day as well. Maybe didn't handle the synthetic at Turfway in her last start, but her turf form prior had been very strong.
She ran down a decent horse who's good when she's loose on the lead in the third place finish, her risk threshold, and she got good. It's not like she didn't have some decent races before that, but she really stepped up. Okay, you go to Turfway, it's a $250,000 race. Once again, I understand the appeal of these races, but it didn't work out. And sometimes, you know, you have to lose to find something out about your horses, and I think that's what happened there. She's back on the right surface, and, you know, I mean, I would say at least she has the best, not recent, but recent races over the 5. But I think that if you felt like they were both going to run their best races, Don't Look Back would be about 2-5 or 1-5 in this race, because her best races are good.
Well, On Command, Maggie, a wild card given her early speed. What do you see from her making the surface switch?
Well, when she came to NYRA for Amelia Green, I actually noted has a massive turf hoof. And to me, physically, she just looks like a turf sprinter. And just to add to the resume of Amelia Green, prior to being the assistant and kind of lead exercise rider for Todd Pletcher, she was also an apprentice to Henry Cecil. If you've lived under a rock and don't know who that is, well, he trained the great Frankel. So she's had a lot of good horsemen to come up underneath. And Mom's Command, or On Command, Mom's Command, going back a ways, On Command here. Like I said, and like Andy said, I think she has the opportunity from the outside to be the speed in here. It's kind of a rare occurrence where you're dealing with a turf sprint that lacks some pace. So she could provide it here. And if I'm right about her physical attributes, she could see out the distance here as well. So I think she's a really interesting wild card. Ultimately, I did default to the other Kristoff. Acacia.
We'll see what takes place in here. Tactics could be very intriguing in this race. Maggie, thank you.
Who's the other Kristoff, the horse or the assistant trainer?
That's true. There are two Kristoffs.
A lot of Kristoffs in that barn.
That's right. Christophe L'Oreal, assistant. Kristoff is amazing, though. I mean, they've been together.
They've been together forever.
Yeah. Years, I think.
I think sometimes, you know, you start to associate Leanna Wollerford.
Yeah.
She's been an assistant to Bill for like a quarter of a century.
The top assistants for any trainer are some of the biggest keys in the game.
Yeah. Somebody should do a story on the assistants to the stars, you know. People like Baldo, who works for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Leanna, 25
obviously
years,
Kristoff, that's been with him so long. Anybody, you talk about Todd Pletcher, and nobody knew who Amelia Green was until she went on her own. Not nobody, but general public doesn't. And Leanna, for instance, we talk about, and there's a lot of great assistants out there doing a great job behind the scenes for the top trainers.
Getting a little saddle adjustment on the number 7 On Command. Katie Davis gets a leg back up. Saddle slips or girth feels a little bit loose, better to have that fixed before you get in the starting gate.
And Katie has really shown that she belongs with these riders. I mean, she's obviously not going to get the top choices for rides, and that's something she understands as well as anybody, but she makes the most of the opportunities that she gets, and she gets real opportunities. This is an opportunity, and riding for I thought she rode this horse sensationally last time out. It was an exceptionally good ride. She has a very good feel for horses. She's no Julie Crone, and I don't mean this as a knock on Katie. Julie Crone is a once-in-a-lifetime type rider. She was an incredible rider, and people that weren't around or don't remember, horses ran for her. But she reminds me of Julie in that sense, because horses run for Katie.
Absolutely do. 65 on Don't Look Back at All. Let's go quickly to the one Weehawken, because we kind of skipped over her a little bit. You touched on it. And she ran her faster by her speed figures in her last 2 races, sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, those 2 races were actually fast races up in Canada for a different trainer. And maybe she just needs a cutback. So you can make little cases for horses. I'm not going against the favorites in this race. I tried, and that horse scratched. But I think there's things to be said about them. And it's Saffie Joseph, and he is a dangerous trainer.
Certainly is. John Velasquez going to be aboard this one. Weehawken, as she's just a little bit obstinate behind the starting gate. 5-year-old mare by Daddy Longlegs.
And this is sort of a prep for the Intercontinental, which will be running on Belmont Stakes weekend up in Saratoga. It's hard to believe. We're just 5 weeks or less than 5 weeks away now, and we'll all be up there in about 4 weeks, actually, getting up there. Of course, you're there. You'll be there all the time.
Yes.
Do you venture around Saratoga, or are you sort of in hiding when you're up there?
No,
I downtown.
I love going downtown Saratoga. I was there just to open things up this past week and took a little walk. Everything is blooming. It's great.
My two
we
favorite
like
places
are some good places. Boston Spa to eat.
The Whistling Tea Kettle and the Next Door.
Next Door Kitchen.
Next
really
Door Kitchen
good.
is excellent. No, great places.
All
I love the
good
North
places.
Shore Bookstore in Saratoga
Me
on
too.
Broadway, as well as
Me
the
too.
Saratoga Tea and Honey. I go there a lot.
Good
and they have great stuff.
Loading in for the license fee. First of 4 stakes on the card on this Sunday afternoon. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Katie Davis going in. All set for the license fee. And they're off. Breaking very well was Don't Look Back at All, and also in the early mix is Hollywood Walk, who is now going to take back as the 3 outside rivals, and very keen. Time to Dazzle wants to go, was a little ranked there, and now On Command as they switch back and forth, and now On Command will press on. Trying to settle as Javier Castellano, and Time to Dazzle is right there in second. Don't Look Back at All, who broke on top, is back to third. Hollywood Walk is at the rail, going to save all the ground here from fourth. Just in behind them, that's Love Appeals, and the trailer Weehawken. 22.62 for the opening quarter mile, and unopposed is On Command, who's up by a length and a half. Time to Dazzle has never really settled, is now letting loose a little bit, and here comes Time to Dazzle, but On Command with the speed is up by 2.5 and looks to run them right off their feet in the license fee. Hugs the rail and starts to kick away. On Command is up by 2.5, almost 3. Now Time to Dazzle is fully in pursuit. Hollywood Walk, Don't Look Back at All, did not carry on. Love Appeals has too much ground to make up right now. A furlong left to go. Can On Command find it? It's still On Command in front. Time to Dazzle with every chance. Looks to the outside, but give it to On Command. Katie Davis, they win the license fee. Time to Dazzle was second. Hollywood Walk and Love Appeals. 1 minute 7.65 seconds.
On Command, Katie Davis went to the lead, and they let her kind of step away from this field, Andy, and she appreciated getting back to the grass and sprinting.
And I'm going to give a lot of credit to Maggie on this, because Maggie's the one, I think she picked the horse second, but she's the one who sort of opened my eyes, and I felt a little bit like I sleepwalked through this horse. She made a good case, and obviously credit to Katie and Amelia Green as well for getting it done in here. But, the 6, Time to Dazzle went with her briefly, but Katie was aggressive, went to the front, and set a relatively moderate first quarter in here to get it done. It also didn't hurt that both Clement horses did no running.
Wire to wire, though, with On Command. Let's go down to Maggie standing by with her trainer.
Here with Amelia Green and Amelia On Command. Was this kind of a plan, or was it just a flyer?
I'm not going to say it wasn't a plan. We nominated this and the dirt sprint today. That one came up very tough. So speaking to the owners, I was like, you know what? The races she ran on the turf before I got her were good. I just think she wanted shorter distance, and she's shown, especially with me at least, that she likes the sprint distance. So I'm so proud of her. She's obviously a barn favorite already, being my first winner, and now being my first stakes winner too. I'm so proud of her.
Quite an amazing feat that you've pulled off in just a few short months to now have a stakes winner as well. And talk a little bit about Katie Davis. She seems to fit her so well. I might give her grief about how many times she looked back, though.
Yeah, this really, like I say, she's a barn favorite and she loves girls. I still ride her myself, even though now I have exercise riders. I'm attached to her too much to give her to one of the riders. So I was speaking to her and I was like, I'd really like to get a girl on her. I think she's really going to run well for a girl. So then we obviously got Katie, and they fit very well.
Well, you're an excellent horsewoman. One can tell that right away. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Amelia Green, off and running, so to speak. First stakes win here in the license fee.
Congratulations to Amelia. I'm sure first of many, and she was absolutely right. This filly, she prefers sprinting, and she was absolutely able to handle both surfaces.
Well, I think the comment she made, and sometimes you take you say, well, it's kind of a statement of the obvious, but it's not always. The obvious, I think, is sometimes underrated in horse racing. She looked at the 2 stakes and realized, I have absolutely no chance to win the dirt race. So why not take a shot and find out here?
And also, just a quick point, I have to give a shout out. If we could show this close-up view again, guys, one more time. Chris Griffin pointed out to me, Javier Castellano, aboard the 6, Time to Dazzle, actually dropped his riding crop in the stretch. As you saw her kind of flip back to her left lead late, and Javier went to kind of switch, and it just fell down. He watched it fall and had to go to a hand ride late. I don't think she was catching the winner, but just something to point out.
Yeah, I don't think she was either, but I'm sure that's frustrating for the riders as long shots run 1, 2, 3 in here. But here we go. Watch it right there. He lost it right.
He's going to go right-handed right there when he goes to switch his grip. Yep.
It's a good thing he wasn't mic'd up for it. I would think miking up a jockey for a race might be really flirting with disaster.
A little dangerous. Well, Richie Migliore always tells the story, right? When, what was it? It was back at the starting gate where all the fans were hanging out on the backside of Saratoga.
Yeah, and he was swearing and somebody got...
And he got fined because of all the families sitting there next to the gate.
The Mig has a book of crazy stories of things he's happening, including some traffic incidents that happened recently.
Well, On Command takes the license fee in gate-to-wire fashion. First stakes win for trainer Amelia Green. We'll bring you more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementine Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Here for the Girl Power, Katie Davis and Amelia Green teaming up with this filly On Command, as she took command of this field.
Now, you know, racing is all about girl power. A lot of it is too much behind the scenes. The talent on this show is the girl power, and that's pretty clear. But you know, and I think it's really great to see them getting the spotlight a little bit, because women are as much a part of this industry as men are, if not more. And just a lot of it's behind the scenes. So it's nice when people are doing it in big ways like this. And both Katie and Amelia clearly deserve it. And as you said, her first stakes win, but it's her first of many.
$22.80 winner. Good call by Maggie, pointing out some things to like about this horse as well.
Now she's kicking herself for not picking a top. I know Maggie, she's sitting there spitting, saying, why did I just put this horse on top?
Hopefully she put a couple bucks on her. Race 4, maiden special weight, coming up next on the turf. 1-9 on Noble Confessor. I guess first race out of the Breeders' Cup.
Well, this is an interesting matchup because Uncatalyzed, and they're going to be much closer odds by post time. Uncatalyzed, Chad Brown really likes this horse, and he lost to a Belmont horse who's pretty good, who got a perfect trip to beat him. But this is an unusual race, having a horse like Noble Confessor. This horse probably should have beaten Zulu Kingdom in his turf debut as a maiden in the Pilgrim, and Zulu Kingdom won the $1 Million Grade 1 yesterday at Churchill. So this is a good horse, Noble Confessor, and it's a good matchup for Uncatalyzed if he can compete and run with him it's a good sign because I think both of them might be pretty good.
Very intriguing turf maiden coming up. I'm saying goodbye, at least on the desk now. I'll be outside in a bit, then I'll be back up here in that seat, so I'm just doing everything today.
I'll miss you.
I will
But I
miss
got
you
Greg
too.
coming.
Well, yeah,
And he had the cold
Greg
try
picked
yesterday.
the cold trifecta
He's the man.
in the Kentucky Derby yesterday.
Oh, I never said I was a better handicapper than him.
Speaking of Kentucky Derby winning jockey Junior Alvarado, there he is, thumbs up, arriving at Aqueduct, ready for his first mount of the day coming up for Belmont and Coolapat in this upcoming 4th race.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. Then Gun Pilot 1-2-166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Back with you on our continuing coverage on this Sunday afternoon here on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. She'll be back with us later on. Our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. 3 stakes to come on this Sunday afternoon on this card at Belmont of the Big A.
No, it's a terrific card today. We have a pick 6 double carryover coming up in race number 5. And, you know, this is a maiden race, but this is a maiden race like a stake race. The horse who's the heavy favorite, Noble Confessor, was an extremely unlucky loser to Zulu Kingdom in the Pilgrim last year. Zulu Kingdom won the $1 million Grade 1 at Churchill yesterday. This horse has a chance to be one of the best horses in the division. And uncatalyzed, he could be pretty good too, but he's going to have to be very good if he's going to beat Noble Confessor if that one shows up.
1-9, 8-1 disparity between these two?
I think you're going to see the odds mitigate a little bit and get much closer. Okay. But Noble Confessor, he comes in here with some pretty severe credentials.
Get to this race coming up. It starts a middle pick 4. We have a 2-day pick 6 carryover beginning in the next race coming up where there are major, major questions with Drake's Passage.
Well, there are questions with him, and there are questions with the favorite General Partner as well, as he was disappointing in his return race. And he's a horse that's only making his 3rd start basically in a year and a half to 2 years. How good is he? They're both of them.
Not as disappointing.
He at least read reasonably well. Drake's Passage recent races have been bad. But he's a kind of a Jekyll and Hyde, right? He's either very good or very bad.
Well, here's the right now 1-9 favorite. Noble Confessor got on turf for the first time, career start number 3, and He looks sensational, as you mentioned, just missing to Zulu Kingdom.
He was unlucky in that race. Zulu Kingdom was able to get the jump on the outside, and one of those races where it was, Richie talks about bad rides versus unlucky rides. Well, it's Irad Ortiz. The number of bad rides he gives in the year, you can count on one hand, and he just got unlucky in that race, and he was really gaining at him at the end. Didn't get it done, and they got ambitious and tried the Breeders' Cup. I thought he kind of got jammed a little bit inside in there and didn't run badly, finishing 6th, beating just 2 lengths. This horse is good, but uncatalyzed, he could be pretty good too. These are horses we're seeing in a maiden race, and we could easily see both of them in stake races in Saratoga this summer.
I thought Ratico was interesting too. Horse who could maybe move forward.
He is, but he's finding himself in a tough spot. I've got him third.
To Tampa. Sorry, 4th. Milegrass here. Starter optional claiming field, where Notable Exchange on the outside. Favored right now? Is it that one and the 4 of those major standouts here?
Well, clearly from a speed figure standpoint, he's got more consistency than the 4 does. The 4 they both have a similar amount of speed. I would probably prefer the 9, who's consistently run those races, but they do look like the right 2, unless you want the speed of the 1.
And it's coming off back-to-back seconds at this condition, off since late February for Dynamic Actress from the inside.
How much longer does their meet go at Tampa? They run until like June? You and I need it. You've never been there either, right? Have you been there?
I've never been to Tampa,
Yeah,
no.
I have not been either. And you hear so many good things. I've never heard anybody say to me, I went to Tampa and it sucked. Everybody has a good time there.
Terrific.
Everybody says the same thing. It's a great track to go to.
Going there,
Yeah.
showing us what a tremendous time it is.
No, it's
a lot of smaller tracks around the country that are hidden gems. And that's one of them.
I agree, and I think some of these tracks don't get the credit they deserve, and obviously management at Tampa does an exceptional job. And listen, they don't have bigger purses. They're going to have a lot of lower level racing, but they also have some pretty good cards there, and the best trainers in the game in Florida have no problem shipping across the state to run their turf course with Chad Brown, Christophe Clement, Bill Mott, Todd Pletcher. You see it all the time.
4th here, Mile on the Grass, and Jason Beam the call.
Day's 4th race, final pick 5 of the season. Again, mandatory payouts today. Notable Exchange, and Adamar Santos to the outside, going up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Peaches Point broke a little bit awkwardly toward the inside. Down at the fence comes Dynamic Actress, who shows the best early speed between horses. She's High Maintenance away in 2nd. Then comes Lizzie Baby, and up on the outside, Lady Embrace. Down at the fence, Cocktail Kisses is 5th, and only 2.5 off the top. It's a length and a half more back to Rocio in the pink cap, whose races 6th. Then comes Notable Exchange 7th. Down to that one's inside, Prayed For Girl. The slow start has Peaches Point as the early trailer about 9 or 10 off the lead. As up front, Dynamic Actress and Israel Rodriguez take him around that first turn. Dynamic Actress starts the backstretch run with a length advantage over Lizzie Baby in that 2nd position. Down at the fence, Cocktail Kisses saved all the ground after that 23-second opening quarter mile. To that one's outside goes Lady Embrace. Right between them, She's High Maintenance. Bright Blue Jacket is racing in 5th, only 2.5, 3 off the top. It's a break of 2 more back to the pair of grays. Rocio and Notable Exchange. Another pair at the back, Prayed For a Girl and Peaches Point. 46.60 seconds. The pace has been an honest one for Dynamic Actress, who goes to the far turn, 3/4 of a length in front. On the outside, She's High Maintenance, push to go after that one. Down at the fence, Cocktail Kisses has been saving all the ground, is still in hand for Samuel Marin and inching closer to this leader as they wind around to the quarter pole. Dynamic Actress, the leader of length, now switching out to the 2-path, and Cocktail Kisses gets the button pushed as they come to the top of the lane. Cocktail Kisses trying to come after Dynamic Actress to the inside. Notable Exchange, Rocio, they've made some good inroads. They're coming through down along the inside. Dynamic Actress is focused on Cocktail Kisses. Might have to watch out for Notable Exchange. Notable Exchange trying to come through inside of Dynamic Actress, but Dynamic Actress just keeps on finding Dynamic Actress gate to wire. Notable Exchange was 2nd, Cocktail Kisses 3rd, 4th went to Rocio, and 5th, Prayed For a Girl.
Dynamic Actress, 3rd try at this level. The Charm today, 2nd win, 6 starts.
Yeah, looked like the number 3 horse was loaded behind her on the turn. That horse was empty in the stretch and just kept on rolling.
This is Long Shot Kulapot, trained by Bill Mott. The man aboard, the man of the hour, Kentucky Derby winning rider, Junior Alvarado. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with Kentucky Derby winning rider Junior Alvarado. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It sounds just right.
It does. But what a ride you delivered on a horse who is one of the superior of his division. Talk a little bit about from when you broke from the gate, you got over from a far outside post, and how the whole trip unraveled. Was it kind of to your plan?
Yeah, you kind of vision that. I was visioning that the whole week, and I was able, and I think I was very blessed that I had the opportunity to have that trip. He broke good, but then the night thing kind of come over a little bit. I clip heeled the third, fourth jump, and I was like, please, I hope he didn't lose his shoes in this ground like that. That went through my mind. But then nothing else could have done. I just had to ride him. He got into a rhythm right away. That's the great thing. One of his weapons. He gets into a rhythm. Nothing bothers him. Start drifting in, and all of a sudden, they went quick. So it was a big gap separation. So it gave me a chance to drop in, safe ground, and when we turned the backside, I just trying to find whoever I needed to follow at that point, and then, like I said, when I hit the fire pole, I was right behind journalism, and from there, I just kind of stay right behind him and keep making sure he didn't get too much of a jump on my horse, but when I hit the 3 pole, it's like just a matter of time. I know I got the horse. I know he's ready. He was asking me to go, but I just was kind of like, just wait a little longer, and I mean, when I turned from home and I asked him, he just powered home beautifully.
He really did. And you mentioned clipping heels. It took me 3 times to realize that he clipped heels because he recovered instantly. It really made no difference. Talk about how athletic and how well he's come to hand now.
Yeah, that's what I always say. He's always been an old soul and nothing really bothers him. And like I said, I mean, I think watching the replay many times after, I felt like from where I was standing, I feel like it was way more worse than the way that he makes it looks in TV. But that's what he does. He's just such a good horse, and it's just an amazing horse.
Junior, we could not be happier for you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
Good for Junior. Obviously, that long relationship with Bill Mott, his go-to rider, and hugs exchange with assistant Leanna Williford. Terrific moment for him.
When Junior's riding at the top of his game, he's as good as any rider in the country. And he gave that horse an absolutely perfect ride.
Here is Uncatalyzed. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, Klarovich.
This feels like a stake maiden special weight coming up, as this horse is good, but is he as good as the favorite?
Tomorrow's Wish getting on grass for the first time.
There's actually pedigrees half to 4 turf winners. Just may have found himself in an awfully tough race.
I think this one's interesting. Ratico for Tom Morley.
We'll see. He's had his chances, and he's run okay. This is a tough race.
Noble Confessor 1-5, who's coming out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
Somebody just dumped a lot. I mean, it's like this horse, the 2, and absolutely nobody else in the race. And I don't know if that's the case, but maybe.
First-time starter, and the Dams produced some good ones on the grass.
This horse has a ton of pedigree. I bet this horse runs well today.
Quarrel, Daunt, who were pretty good on the grass. Coolapot, Mott, here's Junior Alvarado, your Derby-winning rider.
Don't like Bernardini's on the turf, but hey, he was a Godolphin horse, and it's the weekend of Godolphin, winning the filly and colt big races in England and here as well.
Grand Commander turf debut for Bruce Brown.
Kind of think he's going to be forward in this race, but he has no real turf pedigree. Negative turf pedigree, in my opinion.
And Adrian DeVoe with a first-time starter outside Gisberni.
A Texas bred who's actually a half to 2 turf winners, and I love the sire of the Dam. Star Dabbler, who the MiG one rode to a victory in the Indiana Derby, and they called it a dead heat, despite the fact that he finished about a head in front
Clearly,
of the other horse.
I saw that picture. It's what a travesty. It's just unreal.
Craziest things ever.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
The amount of times I've heard that story, and I feel for him. As we'll get to that horse in just a moment, as we'll check in with the 2 favorites and 2 long shots, and beginning with the comeback here of Noble Confessor. Look, he ran well in both of his turf efforts, and I actually thought, maybe he was going to have a easier time of it when running in that absolute bog that we had for the Pilgrim, because to me, physically, he actually looks more like a dirt horse, right? And hence the 2 starts to begin his career on the main track, but obviously has run considerably well with the switch to the green and even that very firm turf course that he got out in California. He comes in here incredibly fit looking. He's gotten a lovely warm up with Arad Ortiz aboard, moving well out there. There hasn't been much physical change, so we'll see, does he take another step forward? Because I do feel like Uncatalyzed is serious competition here. I know Andy had said that Chad Brown liked this horse. I can see why. He's a son of Kingman, and he stamps him, and he looks like one of the good Kingmans that you've been accustomed to seeing Chad have here in the States. Really athletic, just, you know, everything's where it needs to be, has that look in his eye of a complete professional. And honestly, the way he lowers himself into stride, if you go back and watch that first race where he was the one who had to move earlier, he had to give up more ground than the winner, the rider lost the crop at the 3/16 pole, so there's some excuses. I like this horse. I'm going to take him in the face of Noble Confessor, as he does have the recency. Now on to those long shots. Number 7, as you guys were mentioning, Spun has a lot of pedigree and is by Twirling Candy, whom hits with 16% with his first-time starters, and this guy comes in here incredibly fit, was very professional throughout the proceedings here for this debut. The only thing is I'm worried a mile might be a little bit short for him. You look at his half-brother Daunt, he likes those, you know, kind of 1 1/8 out to 1.5 miles types of distances. So he gives me the impression that he might want that too, but still think he could run well here upon debut. And then a horse that wasn't on my radar on paper, but certainly caught my eye in the paddock, that's number 10, Just Bernie. I agree with Andy that Bernardini is not the greatest influence when you talk about turf, but the half sibling, who also another MIG mount, who's by Artie Schiller, went 4 for 21 on the turf in the second dam. She was a stakes winner on it, and this guy has a turf hoof, and I like the way he's put together. He's really well turned out, dappled, well conditioned in that he's defined yet strong looking. Those are 2 long shots that definitely deserve a mention in here, with the overbetting of number 6, Noble Confessor, coming back today, Greg.
Maggie, I don't want to let you go just yet. There's another horse I did want to ask you about, and I thought Ratico, for your husband in here, is good chance that he's going to run his best race potentially yet today. What can you tell us about Ratico?
I love the new gelding angle because in his last few races, it became abundantly apparent that he was laying on his competition. So the best way to assuage that is to geld a horse. I don't love the fact that he still got a little bit hot in the paddock. And ultimately, I do feel as though this is too tough of a race. You know, I feel like he's better in those restricted maiden special weights or maiden optional claimers, given that he was a not that big of a purchase price, Greg.
Yeah, $15,000 has already won $35,000. Career start number 8. See what happens here. 11-1 on the board. 1-2 for the 3-year-old return for Noble Confessor.
I think he's short because other than the 2, there's sort of nobody else to take money. So it's not like, you know what I mean? It's sort of being bet like a match race, and so that's why he's 3-5 in here. It's not about the 2, it's more about the rest of the field. And I think that's a bit understandable. This is a hornet's nest of a maiden race.
There he is, Irad Ortiz Jr., part of the reason probably as well.
I think he's a good horse. I do. And I'm not saying the 2 can't be a good horse, but I think this horse, Noble Confessor, is going to be, it could be a factor in stake races going forward. He's already been one.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 4th, Belmont of the Big A.
And they're off. Noble Confessor broke outward but quickly, and Tomorrow's Wish is with the early leaders too. There's Uncatalyzed. At the Rail has moved on through, and Uncatalyzed is now a neck in front. Uncatalyzed will take him towards that turn, then Tomorrow's Wish is just off of them. Ratico has moved towards the inside, is going to save ground, is taken 3rd, as Noble Confessor wants to be off the tempo, is now well settled in the 4th spot. In behind them in 5th comes Grand Commander, starts to move forward with Kulapatu's At the Rail is now in 6th. The 2 at the back, that's Spun with Just Bernie. Uncatalyzed has the lead. Uncatalyzed is up by 3/4 of a length, almost a full length now, and Tomorrow's Wish is stalking from 2nd. At the Rail, Ratico is looking for room, 23.62 for that opening quarter mile, and Noble Confessor still comfortable in the 4th position with At the Rail. Moving forward is Kalupat. Just behind them still comes Grand Commander. Spun is at the back end of that group, and losing touch with the field a bit is Just Bernie through a 48.50 half-mile time. Uncatalyzed is still there, and Uncatalyzed will take him into the far turn. Still just cruising right along. Uncatalyzed is now in front, and here's the move from Noble Confessor. Quickly, Noble Confessor just took second, is right after the leader. It's Uncatalyzed who's approaching the top of the lane. Retico is down in behind horses, looks to have some run, needs some room as Uncatalyzed now gets the cue. Noble Confessor with every shot to run this leader down, who's extending the margin though. Uncatalyzed is sprinting home. Uncatalyzed is well in front. Noble Confessor is battling for second right now. Uncatalyzed inside the final 16th. It's going to be all Uncatalyzed to take him all the way. Uncatalyzed wins it over Noble Confessor. Kulapot's in a photo there with Retico for third at 1:35 and 4.
Uncatalyzed 8-5. Second time out. Maiden breaking win for Chad Brown.
You know what? The 6 had every chance to catch him, and Flavien was aggressive going to the front end, but honestly, he just was much the best in this race, and it got a little close, like the 6 might have problems getting second here. Noble Confessor may or may not have run his race. He may have just run into a better horse today. Good call by Maggie.
And this huge long shot.
Maggie mentioned.
Derby winning connections, Kulapot on turf for the first time at 33-1. He gets third place money, Junior Alvarado.
They're all going to be long shots basically because of the price of these, but Maggie made a case for this horse to play her. I should have listened to her. I just bet 2-6 with 2-6 with 7. The 7 came about a length and a half short for second, but no excuse. For third.
Uncatalyzed, second time out. Picture time, Klarvich Stables, Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, 8-5, and that's an upset, beating a 3-5 favorite here to start a middle pick 4. Prices. When we come back, we will get into the 2-day pick 6 carryover. When we come back, it begins with a 5th. Stay tuned.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Great shot right there. Here on our FS2 coverage, Naira Bets, you can play all the action right there. Get signed up, started. Any track, anywhere, anytime.
That is a great shot. I'm afraid of heights though.
Uncatalyzed start number 2. First time getting his picture taken, and on to bigger and better things for Chad Brown and company.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like he's headed towards stakes. And, you know, it's funny that Chad Brown and Klarvich have had a lot of success with a 1 mile non-winners of 1 or a mile 16 non-winners of 1 around Belmont Stakes weekend. Domestic Spending did it. Bricks and Mortar did it. So we've seen that happen before. I think Chad did it with Raging Bull as well. So I imagine he'll look for something like that, and hopefully it works out, ends up in stakes in Saratoga.
No getting this horse. down the stretch. Powerful finish after a debut at Tampa, beat as an even money favorite that day. There's no getting him today. And for Noble Confessor, what do you think of him going forward?
You know, the argument could be he just ran into an unusually good horse in the maiden race. On the other hand, he didn't exactly beat the rest of them that easily. It's a disappointing loss for him. I've liked this horse, so I'm not going to give up on him his first start this year. But I think it's a disappointing loss for him, even though the winner is pretty good.
Two-day pick six carryover. It starts in this race coming up. One turn mile. Allowance optional claiming field, $90,000 purse in Drake's Passage. 5-1 in here, Manny Franco. This horse, one of the better older horses, not elite level, but certainly one of the better older horses in the country in the last couple of starts, has been a disappointment.
Yeah, it's hard to be confident. He's had his bad days. Now, I would say even though he's won on a wet track, he doesn't really like a wet track. When he's done well on wet tracks, he's been able to control in the front end and not take any kickback. I think in the races where he's had to take any kickback, he's had some problems with it. So I don't want to knock him for his wet track races that aren't good. But his last race, a bit of a concern. I don't know what to do with him. He's trying to get back on track. I picked him second. I think General Partner is going to run well today. I hope he runs well, and he's supposed to use his speed in here to his advantage.
He'll be making the second start back of a long time away for Chad Brown. Right now, he's the 2-5 favorite. It's early. We're going to take a timeout. 3 stakes still to come on the card, including the Grade 3 Beaugay, race 8. Chad Brown will send out 3 in that race, including Greyosh, the Lake Placid winner from last summer at Saratoga. Stay with us.
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War, Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. 2-day pick six carryover coming up in about 15 minutes. And part of the sequence, the Grade 3 Beaugay. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Fillies, mares 4 and up. Chad Brown Barn will send out 3 in the race. including Lake Placid winner and third-place finisher Gray Osh, who won it, Dynamic Pricing.
And fourth-place finisher in the race, Spaladay as well. It's a very interesting race from a trip standpoint because both the winner and Spaladay came up the rail, and the rail was gold at this point. The rails had come down, and you need to save ground. Now, that's She's So Pretty, who is the best, at that point, 3-year-old filly, but also older filly mare probably in the country in the turf. And she was pretty lost because she got the worst trip. She ran the best race. She lost. But Dynamic Pricing, in my opinion, ran clearly the second best race and close to the best race because she was wide in there. And it takes a real toll when the rail is good on the turf courses. And then when she came to Aqueduct, she was wide against a gold rail. So in my opinion, Dynamic Pricing may be one of the better members of her 4-year-old crop on the turf. She has just been unlucky in her turf races.
Maybe the most interesting runner on this card today, though, Heredia, who I think is the one to beat in that race, except she has been away for 19 months for Grand Motion, and it's the State's debut coming up.
Oh, no, but I think that's a great point by you, Greg, because her races, she was really getting it together. The Sun Chariot's one of the biggest races in Europe for fillies and mares going a mile. She lost to Innsbruck. Well, I think you probably heard Innsbruck came back, and she won the Breeders' Cup in her next start, the filly and mare turf. And Innsbruck, before she kind of went the wrong way last year, was one of the best turf runners and milers in Europe. Tremendous racehorse. And then, this is the race 2 back where she won. She makes this big move on the far outside to get it done in Group 3. She has got a lot of talent, this horse. And Grand Motion's great with Europeans. He's good off layoffs, too. But this is a big ask off a 19-month layoff. But I agree with you, Greg. There's a chance that she is absolutely the best horse in the race. And, this race is either a prep for either the Just a Game or the New York mile and 3/16. And I wonder if a lot of people are kind of looking where She Feels Pretty's going to go. And last I had spoken to Shrita Vo, she suggested she's more inclined to go longer because the Breeders' Cup's a 1.3 at the end of the year.
Interesting. See what Heredia can do after that long time away. Has been very, very good. Of course, facing 3 for Chad Brown in that spot. You have some other interesting ones. Todd Pletcher with a couple interesting ones. No Mo Candy, Saffie Joseph, loaded race.
Yeah. No, this is a very, very, very good race.
And this one right here, 1-2 favorite for Chad Brown, Klarovich as well, and Flavien Prat. Second, back off a long time away. General Partner, huge favorite as we get set for this Pick 6 carryover.
The sun shines bright on Carraconti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Carraconti, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to JamesBondRacing.com today.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races as we get set for the start of a 2-day Pick 6 carryover, and that is the odds-on favorite in this opening leg of this one-turn mile. General Partner, who was gone from June 8th last summer, Saratoga, came back April 5th here. and ran third, beaten at about 1-2 odds behind 24 Mamba.
It was a disappointing loss, but it was his first start in almost 10 months.
Did break out from the far outside post?
Yeah, I mean, I think he ran well enough. He just didn't really finish the deal, but it has to be concerning. You're talking about a horse who's now making just his third start in the last year and a half. So there's a question mark of whether or not he has the talent he once did. I mean, this horse ran second to Champagne. He ran a 101 buyer at Saratoga last summer. We know his good races how good he can be, but these horses get issues, and sometimes they never come back. They're supposed to put him on the front end today, though. I will say that.
So 3-5, and then we'll get to Drake's Passage. And if he can turn things around in a moment, first things first, back to Tampa. As we get set for race 5, 6 furlong sprint. All for sale for $8,000 in this claiming race of non-winners of 3 lifetime, where we have a 3-5 favorite here as well. Oops, Ha Ha, the 5. Very short price. Who was a winner through that, non-winners of 2 starts back.
Well, believe it or not, with his 44 buyer last time, he's obviously one of the horses to beat. But are they ignoring the 1 a little bit? Should he really be 11-1? Just to throw it out there.
Cajun Expectation showed speed from the rail last start and then backed up. So that's who you like here?
No, I don't really have a particularly strong opinion. I'm just throwing it out there. I guess Lovely is not impossible, and aren't the one? I thought the 1 and 2 were both horses that could be forward near. I'm just sort of throwing this stuff out there. I don't have a particular opinion in this race, if that's what you're asking.
Tough to feel strong about anyone in here. Even the 4 for sure has some races to go back to. I guess you can forgive the start 2 back. That was against a lot tougher. Did get bumped. But then what's the excuse last start? For some reason it was 57-1 in that race.
Yeah, those are concerning
that was
situations.
A year away.
I'll be honest with you, if you want to get a strong opinion from me at Tampa, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. Sorry.
I guess with a 4, it was off a year layoff just about. So hopefully we see a lot better. And the decent races from the 4 put them right in the mix with the 5. But didn't lift a hoof last start. Odds-on favorite, Oops Ha Ha, Jose Ferreira aboard. Jason Beam the call.
Oops Ha Ha, Jose Ferrer coming up. Triplet and Pole of Trouble going to be the final 2. We're just about set for a start here. Today's 5th. Here's Pole of Trouble, Carlos Rojas. Triplet's not quite in. Now Triplet goes forward. Pole of Trouble to the outside. 7-2 right now, your second choice. Pole of Trouble goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Cajun Expectation came away a little bit awkwardly at the back. Lovey Lee down toward the inside was away quickly. Novelli is right there. The big favorite, Oops Ha Ha, the green colors, 3rd right to their outside. Outside of that runner comes Triplet racing a joint 3rd now. It's a length and a half more back to Classy Little Betty. Rushing up is Cajun Expectation after the bad beginning. And Pole of Trouble is the trailer as Novelli is the leader. Novelli running toward that half-mile pole in front by a length now to Lovey Lee on the inside. Oops Ha Ha between horses. Triplet going to be 3 or 4 deep as they go into that turn after a 22.24 second opening quarter mile. It's Novelli and Jose Batista on the front end by a length and a half. Oops Ha Ha, Triplet, and Lovey Lee. They're lined up 3 in a row, down from 2nd to 4th. They're a length and a half clear of Cajun Expectation in those turquoise colors, who's 5th and about 5.5 behind Novelli, who travels nicely at the top of the stretch. Novelli kicks the lead out to 2.5 lengths. Lovey Lee toward the inside. Triplet. Oops Ha Ha's in deep water between horses. Pole of Trouble's trying to wind it up on the extreme outside, and Cajun Expectation down toward the fence. Final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Novelli still has that 4 or 5 length lead. Down the outside, Triplet going to try to run into second. Lovey Lee has that spot right now, but Novelli all the way here. Impressively, Novelli at 5-1, won it by about 7 in the end. Pole of Trouble got up for second. Photo for third, ended up being between Triplet and Lovey Lee.
5-1, second back off the bench, Novelli with the victory, beating an odds-on favorite as we get back to New York. And here's our post parade for the start of this Pick 6. Drake's Passage Here he is for Christophe Clement.
Maggie made a good point to me earlier that she thinks he might be even better going the flat mile. The question with him is he going to show up today?
Here's strapped Rudy Rodriguez.
He's been in great form for Rudy, but this is a real class test. Doesn't have any speed, though.
Going a lot longer of late. Reddington, 9-1.
Can be forward for a trainer who's been very live, but his best form has eluded him lately.
1-2 favorite, so here's general partner for Chad Brown.
Today is the day he needs to show up and run that good race that we know he's capable of running.
13-1, Whittington Park.
He's just a deep closer, but he does come off the claim for trainer Fernando Abreu. Does a great job, but he's going to have to refine some older form and get some pace.
And Holiday Pay, Saffie Joseph Jr. outside.
Got a couple of decent races, 2 and 3 back as he comes here for his first start. And trainer who can be dangerous.
Let's go downstairs. Acacia Clement back with us.
And Greg, we'll start off with your short price favorite in general partner. It was not in the paddock last time, but comparing notes with Maggie, she said that he did look quite fit off the bench. And I had asked her, was he really sharp last time? And she said yes, because he looked like he was breathing fire back in the paddock today. He came in, he was touting himself, and then especially once they got the tack on and the rider up, he really got on his toes, and they've opted to keep him with the pony Flavien Prat has and warm him up pretty quietly out there on the track, because he looks like he is raring to go. Looks exceptionally fit. Certainly would imagine even if he was defeated, and it wasn't a disappointing effort off of the very short price that he was, but you would imagine that no matter what, he should have gotten a lot out of that race. He certainly looks like he has run on his mind today. And to be fair, he only raced once in 2024. He's had a lot of stops and starts in his form. So while he was, yes, a short price last time out, and he didn't fire, and he was a bit flat late, thought the winner was pretty impressive winning that day. And I do think that he will move forward out of that race into today. No problems with him as your favorite physically on the track. Now, the number 1, Drake's Passage. I know that he has run well going long and has, especially up at Saratoga, liked the mile and an 1/8 two-turn distance. But I actually agree with Maggie. I do like the flat mile for him, especially here. He is bitonalist. He's a very big horse. You can understand how physically he would strike you as one that wants more distance. I have no problem with this for him. Now, as in his last 2 efforts, especially in that allowance race where he was a very short price, it was an off-the-turf race. It was a very kind of wet, sticky track that day, and he is a horse that wears glue-on shoes, and he did end up pulling one of those shoes off in that race. In fact, might have pulled both his front ones in that race 2 starts back up at Saratoga. And he's a horse that has had maybe some questions with his feet along the way. Giving him some time on the bench, I think, has really done wonders for him coming back in here. He has grown and even filled out more as a 5-year-old. I do think he will benefit tucking up a bit from a start, but I think that this is a very good spot for him, and he is best when he's able to be forward as well, and Manny Franco knows him quite well. Now, the number 7 to the outside, Holiday Pay, off the layoff for Saffie Joseph. Obviously, my first time seeing him, as he's run exclusively down at Gulfstream. But it was funny. Back in the paddock, he was very laid back in his demeanor, and yet he was screaming and hollering the whole time. Might have just been saying hello to his new surroundings, but even though he was vocal, he didn't appear distracted or nervous in the way that he was acting. So I think that's a good sign. I think the mile suits him well. He's a handier type of frame to him. He's incredibly fit off the layoff, and he warmed up beautifully out there away from the pony under Jose Ortiz. If he's a horse that can run back to those races a few starts back, where last time he never looked comfortable throughout any stage of the race, he's an intriguing new face to this group, Greg.
Interesting race off what the 2 horses on the board, who are much the horses to beat, did in their last starts, or last couple of starts for Drake's Passage.
Well, I mean, if you're general partner, you're thinking, am I good enough to run the Met Mile or the True North? You know, one of these stakes coming up. Because obviously at one time he showed the promise to be that good. And to be fair, as good as those horses were in the Churchill Downs Handicap, from a speed figure perspective, and it was a wet track, I don't want to make too much of it, but it got a 99 buyer. The best performance all weekend from a speed figure standpoint was Copian. The Bishop Mandela horse got a 109 buyer. Well, she's not going to be running in the Met Mile. So you know, if you're a general partner, you're thinking, can we get to that level and take on the big boys? You want to get there, but he's going to have to show up today, and he's going to have to run better than he did last time because his last effort is probably not going to win this race. Certainly not, but probably not. You have to hope he needed a little bit of a race off the layoff. And Drake's Passage, I don't think he's going to compete at that level, but he's run some pretty good races, and you want to see him come back and run well.
Say these two horses don't run their race.
The 7, Holiday Pay.
Okay.
Because it's Saffie Joseph, and I think if you're not, you know, you're just ignoring his horses, you're making a mistake. This guy wins a lot of races, and he wins at a high percentage. So that's the horse that kind of would scare me because he's just random. Now, his 2 best races are not good enough to win this race. But that's a barn that scares me, especially when they ship in.
Some back races from the horse who's actually the biggest price on the board in Whittington Park,
yes,
but they're fairly far back.
The problem with him, I would find a little interesting. We've seen no evidence that this dirt track, is not speedy. No evidence whatsoever. The second race, I know Ben Dugue won, 1.8 race. He has absolutely no speed, and there isn't a lot signed on in here. So even if he was going to run one of his better races, he's not going to get any help the way the race is run or the way potentially the track is playing. So he's behind the 8 ball. I think he's an intriguing horse because he was claimed, and sometimes you just need a change of scenery, and I am a fan of Fernando Abreu. He's not a household name, but I think he's an excellent trainer.
300,000 in this pick 6 pool. And growing as we get set for post time coming up. Looking ahead to the rest of this, obviously the last race, it looks like a horse is going to be a pretty heavy lean.
I picked against, but I don't disagree with you.
That would be, you went with America's Back. I think it's interesting too.
He had a real
Train the
trip
Trainer
last
is going to be a very short price.
Well, he ran second to Goal Oriented, and if you're not familiar with Goal Oriented, he ran his second race yesterday in the 3rd race at Churchill, and I haven't seen any figures for
91
it, but
buyer.
he's got a 91 in debut.
And a 91
Oh,
in
he
his
did it
last
yesterday?
start.
Well, that's not a step forward, and that's disappointing because he's a big horse that felt like he would get better with more distance. So they're going to probably have to be a little bit more conservative going forward with him. But thank you. I didn't realize he got that.
Yeah.
It was out. Okay, thank
Still
you.
talented.
No, he's good, and he's trained by Bob Baffert, is pretty good too, but he's going to have to get faster. And I think the connections thought, because he's like a big horse that looks like a distance horse, oh, he's going to get better and more distance. And from a speed figure standpoint, he apparently didn't. So we'll see. But, you know, Arrogate didn't run any big numbers into the Travers, so you never know.
True. Seemed to do okay in that race.
He was pretty good.
Here's Drake's Passage. Would love to see this horse get back to who he's been in the past because he was one of my favorites.
Yeah, when he's good, he's good.
New York bred for Christophe Clement. He's won 430,000 in his career. Needs to turn things around. 2-5 favorite, though. General Partner, the 5, with Flavien Prat set for this pick 6 carryover. Chris Griffin to get us started.
General Partner going in. There'll be 2 out. Getting ready for the start of the pick 6. Got those main track only scratches to you a bit earlier. So we're set to go here for the start of the pick 6. Holiday Pay goes in. All set. Looks like they were setting the front of the gate open there on, that's the number 5. And whoa, General Partner just reared up too. So stand by. That was the 5, your 2-5 favorite. Now settled. And they're off. Step slow for Strapped, who's going to be the early trailer. Holiday Pay from the outside is showing early speed, and also right there is Reddington. Just behind them is Drake's Passage. General Partner is right there in the 4th spot. General Partner is now going to be off the leaders as they get set to come out of the chute. The 2 at the back, Whittington Park was Strapped. They hook up with the backstretch into the inside. It's Reddington is challenged all the time here by Holiday Pay. Drake's Passage wanted some clear running room. Is out in the center of the racetrack as a comfortable 3rd, 23.30 for the opening quarter mile. General Partner starts to move forward, is in the 4th spot, and Strapped is now out of the trailer position, is second to last over Weddington Park. Getting tightly bunched here as the front 2 still in a pace stool. It's been a measured opening quarter. We'll see what the half-mile time is, as they've got less than a half mile to go, 46.36 for that half. And Reddington is head in front. Holiday Pay continues to challenge Drake's Passage in full pursuit, and Drake's Passage with every shot has got the clear running space here. Stalking the pace setters, encouraged to move forward, is not catching them yet. General Partner starts to rally on here from 4th, and here comes the favorite. Is going to dive down towards the inside, is going to beat Strapped to that spot as they reach the top of the stretch. Holiday Pay to the outside is trying to push on by Reddington. The front 2 continue to go at it. General Partners making hard work of it, starts to get closer, is moving in after these leaders. Strapped on the grandstand side, red cap. Inside the final furlong, and the front 2 have gotten away from General Partner, and Reddington at 10-1 is ahead in front. Holiday Pay is battling right back to the outside. Strapped is taken 3rd. Give it to the inside, and Reddington. Looked like Reddington in that photo with Holiday Pay. Strapped, followed by General Partner in 1 minute 22.72 seconds. That's the wrong time. 1 minute 35.33 for a mile.
Reddington and a 10-1 upset of a 1-2 favorite who had a tough time out of the gate. We're going to go back to that and keep your eyes on the 5. What happens here?
Well, I'd like to see it. But yes, the 6 bumped him, but the 4 came out into him and interfered with him badly at the start. It's good when you take the speed and the best horse out of the race in the start. Boy, Gustavo Rodriguez's horses have suddenly started really running.
Ricardo Santana Jr., second off the claim. Gustavo Rodriguez. And unofficially here, 4.725. And unfortunately, in position for a while, Drake's Passage drops out of it as well.
Yeah, he was bad. General Partner disappointing, but I'll say 2 things. He had an instant in the gate before the start. He got fouled coming out of the gate, and this is a extreme bias we're dealing with in this track that is carrying speeds along and making it extremely hard to close.
10-1 here with Reddington. A horse you liked quite a bit last summer. One of your great calls at Saratoga. This horse is producing again after not having a win, only hitting the board once in 4 starts this year. Beats 2 pretty big dogs in this one. And General Partner and Drake's Passage. So a 10-1 start to this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Prices from this one when we come back. We'll get into the late Pick 5 next, saying goodbye to Andy Serling for now. We will see you next week.
Yes, I look forward to it.
All right, enjoy your weekend.
All right, you too.
Take a time out. We'll be back with more. Again, prices from this one when we come back. We'll look ahead to the Pick 5 coming up. It's Reddington. 10-1 start to this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Ricardo Santana Jr. Flying P Stable Soaks for Gustavo Rodriguez. Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com to get signed up and started. Andy Serling has left the building. Greg Wolf, Sarah Al-Badwi stepping in as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up. We have a 10-1 start and an odds-on favorite defeated to start this two-day pick 6 carryover.
And I think many probably looking to General Partner, who was your heavy favorite in there, that ended up being defeated as a single to start things out. Things do not get easier from here, and maybe if you're still alive, you're on your way to a decent payday.
Ricardo Santana Jr., he's going to be here in New York. Good start to things. Gustavo Rodriguez second off the claim, Flying P Stable Silks. They won a lot this past summer, Saratoga, including with this one. And wins for the 7th time in his career.
He's doing better when he's forwardly placed, and that's what they were able to secure with him today. A horse that has been in multiple different outfits, and he's shown that he can show up with a big performance from time to time, and certainly doesn't help that the racetrack has been playing kindly to horses that have that forward position just like he did.
Yeah, it should be a different barn when he won at Saratoga this past summer, but wins again here, second off the claim, and there were question marks. Definitely with your 1-2 favorite, definitely with Drake's Passage. And we'll see if some tickets did spread in here because of those question marks. But 10-1 on Reddington, 22-20 start to begin the pick 6. As we move on to the late pick 5, if you got bounced, that's okay. This is right around the corner.
Always another opportunity, right?
Indeed. Early payoff, $3,336 payoff in that early pick 5. So we'll set up that sequence in a moment. Kentucky Derby, obviously, congratulations. We heard from the connections earlier. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott getting his first Kentucky Derby outright. Had that win via DQ back in 2019. Means a lot to him to get this one. And Godolphin finally breaking through on that first Saturday in May.
And a great pick by you, as well as Acacia. I know you had a lot of interest in Sovereignty, who moved at the right time to keep close tabs on Journalism, your favorite, who does check in second. As you can see, this great shot on the turn here where Junior knew exactly where he wanted to be in this race and who he had to keep an eye on in terms of who he was following throughout. And here you just sort of knew that Sovereignty was under a full head of steam and just goes by Journalism, who did put up a nice fight finishing second in there, but the logical horses coming in, they run 1, 2, and even 3 with Baeza checking in third.
Baeza flying, nearly stole second from Journalism. A huge effort and blows by him at the wire. He's going to be interesting to watch going forward.
Yeah, really glad that he was able to participate in the Kentucky Derby. He was on that also eligible list for quite some time and uncertain whether or not he would ultimately get to run. But I think he showed that he belongs with the top 3-year-olds, at least for now, and was really moving well late. So distance, clearly not any issue for him.
What a moment, though, for Bill Mott, for Junior Alvarado, and for Godolphin to get this win with Sovereignty, who had really made those big strides from 2 to 3. As you look at the resume of your Kentucky Derby winner, son of Into Mischief, and those 3 career graded stakes, the big one now. And Bill Mott did not necessarily commit in any stretch. Moore said there's a chance they may pass on the Preakness, so we'll wait and see what happens to see if he will line up for a chance to keep that dream alive for the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I think he's just going to see how Sovereignty ultimately comes out of the race and whether or not they want to progress and move forwards, if it's the right decision by the horse, and he's just going to keep some close tabs on whether or not. So I like that they're not fully committed immediately. They're going to assess the situation as it plays out, and at least they didn't say they're definitely not going.
Well, outside, obviously, huge performances from both, especially Sovereignty, but Sovereignty, Journalism, the 2 best horses really kind of going in. They run that way. Outside of those 2, who impressed you the most in this Derby?
I was shocked by how well Owen Almighty ran, a horse who was coming in, who was a part of that early pace, rebounding off of a poor performance in the Bluegrass, and he's one that sort of showed he needed the lead to be successful. There are questions about his distance capabilities coming in from that road to the Kentucky Derby through Tampa. They wanted at one time to go with him to the Pat Day Mile instead, and ownership group pushing for this opportunity to run in the Kentucky Derby since he had garnered the points in order to do so. He attended a hot pace throughout the entire running of the Derby and was able to still be involved to finish 5th, while all other forwardly placed horses ultimately faded and finished far, far back. So I give him a lot of credit for staying where he was, getting the distance, and hanging around after some blistering early fractions.
Let's bring in Acacia Clement and pose that same question to you. Whenever you look back on this Derby, there's all kinds of trips, scenarios, horses who had wide trips and get cut off in a 20-horse field, 19-horse field. Who do you think impressed you the most outside of those top 2?
Well, I think certainly Baeza is one, finishing 3rd and still kind of being light on experience. And as Sarah touched on, a horse that up until kind of the last minute was not even in the body of the race, but clearly with his 2nd place finish out in the Santa Anita Derby behind Journalism, he showed that he did belong in this 3-year-old crop. And I am glad, because of those California races were penalized, that he was still able to get in the field, because clearly he deserved to be there. Thought that he actually re-rallied, and yes, he was picking up some pieces late, whereas there was a fast pace, as Sarah touched on, but I thought it was a very encouraging effort from him, and his trainer John Sheriff's already saying they're going to skip the Preakness and point to the Belmont Stakes in Saratoga, where we will be eagerly awaiting him. And whatever takes place in Baltimore, if we have the opportunity to see those top 3 horses rematch in the Belmont Stakes, that really could be something quite thrilling. Greg, as you mentioned, you're bound to have some trips in a 19-horse field, but all in all, I think that this was a very clean running of this year's Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it really was. I think it was exaggerated what happened with Citizen Bull out of the gate. Really minor bump with the horse next door. I don't think it really cost anyone behind them.
I don't think that it cost anyone who was going to be a major player and be extremely effective towards the end of that race the opportunity to do their running. I think a couple minor inconveniences for some, but that is to be expected when you have that many horses going over a wet track, trying something new for the first time with all the fanfare and excitement of the Kentucky Derby. I don't think anyone was too compromised and never able to put in a run if they had the talent and ability to do so.
Let's get back out to Tampa Bay. Mile on the Turf coming up in race 6. That's where we take you now. Just a minute to post. $16,000 maiden claiming race, where we have an odds-on favorite, Palace Lights, the 4, coming off a 3rd place finish against a little bit better last time out. We start with She's Gone Rogue from the rail.
This one coming in for these connections, that is a 5-to-1 price right now, and she's going to need to be a little bit faster to beat your heavy, heavy favorite.
A Fancy Solution, 2 starts back, was 2nd at this condition.
Yeah, big price right now if you like her. That race last time out, not exactly enthusing, but that race 2 back for sure.
8-to-1, Jess's Vision.
This one a player as well. It's really just this favorite right here that we're taking a look at, and everybody else in terms of the wagering.
Yeah, 3-5, 2nd off the claim, Palace Lights. Next door, Deb's Sea Breeze, Ademar Santos, rider change.
Yep, this one coming in off of some form that would put her at the right kind of price that she's at right now.
Turf debut for start number 2 for that one. Unified's Princess.
Tough to make a case for.
Yeah.
I do not have the case to be made for that one.
2 turf starts and got back on the grass last start at this level. Did not really show much of anything. Here's Huge G, who at least has some dirt speed.
If you're looking for some sort of alternative and trying to beat the favorite, this is where I would go.
Electric Runner, big price towards the outside.
Another one that would need to improve.
And 23-1 here, include the money.
Also one that is a gigantic price for a reason.
0 for 11 for this outside runner at that big price. So race 6 coming up momentarily, 3-5. Palace Lights, who is 0 for 6 to this point, has hit the board though in 4 of those 6 tries, including against Maiden 25 last start, back down to 16, where she did get beat as the favorite 2 starts ago.
She did, and look, I understand just going with the horse that is taking that slight drop in class and looking for somebody that's coming in with a couple of races, especially at the level that would make her awfully tough in here and make her competitive. But this type of race, it's so hard to take an extremely short price because you don't really want to rely on anybody too much, especially at a 3-5 confidence level, to get the job done in here when you've had some with plenty of opportunities, but you do have some that are just trying this for the first time or just have that potential for upside.
We have not just the late pick 5 coming up here in New York. We have a cross-country pick 5 that begins in the same race and includes races 7 and 8 at Tampa, races 6, 7, and 8, Belmont at the Big A, including those 2 of the 3 stakes on the card, the Vagrancy and the Bogey. What do you think of that Bogey?
I think it's a great race. I think there's a horse in there, Grey Osh, that I'm trying to bet against. There are a couple in there that I'm excited to see what they can do now as those newly turned 4-year-olds coming in to this turf race. And it seems as though Chad Brown, he's had a handle on the race overall over the past several years, but there are some long shots in there that are pretty intriguing as well.
Already it was incredibly interesting. Going in is the one to beat, except there's a 19-month layoff now. With this 6-year-old mare.
Right, and that is the question with her. I think dynamic pricing, she's going to be a shorter price just based on connections, but she's certainly a player in there. I think that No More Candy was taking advantage of how the turf course was playing last year when she was able to do well in the pebbles. I think that Spaladay, maybe the other Chad Brown towards the outside, is one that could take a step forward in here, who got kind of that inside-out trip when she last faced off against Grey Osh in that Lake Placid.
I got 6 minutes to put tickets together for that cross-country pick 5. And again, the late pick 5 in New York begins with that race as well, race 6, which we'll have the post parade for coming up as soon as we're done here. The 6th at Tampa, mile on the grass, odds-on favorite, the 4, 3 to 5 on Palace Lights. She's gone rogue the 1. A couple of okay efforts at this 16 maiden claiming level, although the last start did not go too well.
If you were trying to beat the favorite, who would you go to?
I'd probably go with a 1.
Yeah.
Huge G, I see he's taking money and has dirt speed, but kind of an X factor on the turf has not shown much.
Well, you want somebody that at least you've seen a good effort from them doing something like this, so I totally understand that for sure.
Jason Beam, the call. Here's the 6th at Tampa.
To gate 8. And the final one, include the money. Barrington Bell to the outside. Ready to start the late pick 3, race 6. They're in the gate. Huge G acting up there, and that causes a bit of a chain reaction as number 5, Deb Seabreeze, acting up in gate 5. Huge G once again. The rider of the number 5 hops back on board. And all others appear to be settled. We're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start from the fence for She's Gone Rogue, who was out quickly. Between horses, the favorite, Palace Lights. Deb Seabreeze is also right there attending the early proceedings. And Jess's Vision toward the inside. It's going to be Jess's Vision, close, fastest of all. Jess's Vision takes over by the wire the first time. Deb Seabreeze second, Huge G the Gray out third. Then comes She's Gone Rogue, who's up the inside in fourth. Palace Lights the favorite in those blue colors. Fifth and about 3.5, 4 off the top. Another length then, back to a Fancy Solution. Outside of that, include the money. Right inside of that one is Unified's Princess, who's second last. And Electric Rudder is the early trailer as Jess's Vision and Marcos Manessa step away to a 2.5, 3-length advantage. 23.69 seconds for that opening quarter mile. The backstretch run begins. Jess's Vision now in front by 2 to Deb Seabreeze, who tugs a little closer in second. On the outside, Huge G the Gray is moving closer as well in third. She's Gone Rogue fourth at the fence. Palace Lights fifth, still about 4.5 off the top. Then comes a Fancy Solution, include the money. The two paired up at the back are Electric Runner and Unified's Princess. 47.97 seconds for Jess's Vision, who goes to the far turn, a length and a half in front of Deb Seabreeze. She's Gone Rogue, pushed along through down toward the inside. After that comes Huge G. Palace Lights, the big favorite, given the cue, is in between horses fourth. Include the money. He's winding up on the far outside, needing some room as a Fancy Solution, who's saving ground down to the fence. Jess's Vision brings him around to the top of the stretch. She's Gone Rogue comes after her. In behind them, a Fancy Solution. Palace Lights is still 3.5 lengths behind. A final furlong left to go. Jess's Vision, She's Gone Rogue out in the center. She's Gone Rogue coming after the lead. It's She's Gone Rogue who goes to the front. Palace Lights now getting in gear. She's Gone Rogue and Ferrer in front. Late though, She's Gone Rogue into the winner's circle. Palace Lights look to get second over Jess's Vision. A Fancy Solution a long way back to include the money and Electric Runner.
She's gone rogue in an upset of the odds-on favorite there, Jose Ferrer.
Nice call by you, able to get the jump on your heavy favorite.
We start the cross-country and late pick 5 here in the 6th at Belmont of the Big A. Here's Boltage.
This one has early speed. He won on the cutback and distance 2 starts ago over Cigarette Boat.
6 furlongs in the outer turf in this race coming up. Here's Alder, I thought very interesting.
The lone turf start was a second-place finish last November with an 81 buyer.
Works for me. That was a big effort, that last start of 2024.
4-year-old debut for this one. He's accomplished on both turf and dirt and comes in off a dead heat win.
Cigarette Boat, Mike Maker, Junior Alvarado.
He had a string of second-place finishes, 3 in a row, and then finally broke through as the heavy favorite, winning last time out.
Here's Seaver, showed some speed on synthetic last start.
He did. He earned a 90 buyer speed figure on the front end. With that effort, he gets back to the turf.
Final verdict, a monster performance 2 starts ago, Belmont at Aqueduct.
And some real excuses for that last race. He had quite a bit of traffic in there.
He's Speedy Linzer, back to turf.
This one has that early speed. He faded and regressed from a 90 to a 78 buyer last time.
And a huge run at Fairgrounds and a narrow defeat for Felix. Big price right now.
And this one making his 3rd start off of a lengthy layoff. Had every right to tire in that first race back. Big step forward, second off the bench last time out.
Here's the favorite, even money now. Flavien Prat for trainer Joseph Lee in Turf Sprint Championship. The last time we saw him to end 2024. And a win with a 93 buyer speed figure.
He's tactical, he's accomplished, he's been able to really show up on either surface, as I mentioned, and this was a big effort from him as this 3-year-old's facing older company. We saw Alagon, the horse that he ends up in that dead heat with, come back yesterday and finish 3rd in the elusive quality, so he is certainly one that it's been a productive race moving forwards. We'll see how he does coming in fresh. He's run fine before coming in off the bench, yet to win, but has shown up with plenty of ability, and he deserves to be your favorite.
With more on the favorite, let's go down to Acacia.
He does deserve to be the favorite. He has plenty of class, and Sarah touched on a horse that has been very effective on both surfaces, which is a huge benefit given a lot of the wet weather and also turf races he ran into last year. But great to see him back. Now, one thing I will say is he makes his 4-year-old debut. This is a horse in the past who used to come out last, stay away from the rest of the horses, not participate in the post parade in a normal way, be a little bit naughty with the pony or naughty behind the gate. Well, he was sharp and on his toes, did the post parade normally, very professional throughout, warming up nicely with the pony. So mentally, a big step forward for Works for Me. Now, he is a solid sprinter build, got a touch warm. Overall, I would say he'd benefit from a start, but he does have plenty of class. And like I said, I was pleased with the mental progression from him. The number 6, Final Verdict. Yes, he had a ton of trouble last time out and was really in between horses quite a bit, which I don't think that he loves. He was sharp saddling back in the paddock and has been on his toes throughout in here. He's a horse that coming back looks strong. I too think he could tuck up with a start, but he's a horse that runs his best races when he can be forward, and he's acting like he wants to be forward today. The number 8, Felix, I landed here. I thought he took a huge step forward in that last race where he dragged his rider up to the front end, and hopefully now we're going to see his strongest race yet. Funny enough, I covered his debut as a 2-year-old down at Gulfstream in 2021 where I wrote, good size, on his toes, maybe could turf. So I like that he's sprinting on the grass now. And finally, I have to give him a mention to the 1, Voltage. I know that 90 buyer speed figure 2 back sticks out like a sore thumb, but I could not get over how good this horse looks and should be stronger, second off the bench. And it's only a few races sprinting on the turf thus far. He looks incredibly fit coming back today, Greg.
Yeah, there's Voltage, huge performance at Fairgrounds, going 5.5 furlongs, and then comes back 2 months later and was just flat in that return. But obviously the talent is there.
He doesn't seem to have an explosive or a rapid turn of foot. He does better when he's forward, which makes sense. And that pace was just faster in that race last time out at Keeneland. So maybe he's one that could be forward today and get back to something similar to his race 2 starts ago.
There's a 4-5 favorite. Flavien Prat stepping in, Works for Me. Set for this cross country and our late pick 5 here in New York. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Felix stepping forward. And we got a rider off there. That's Linzer. And See the starter going behind the gate, so stand by.
So as you heard, Linzer backed out. Kendrick Carmouche off the horse. And this one's coming, is he coming out? Yes.
I believe so.
So a scratch here of Linzer. And this takes out maybe the
speed of the speed?
Maybe, yeah.
There's plenty of it, but
there's a lot of speed. He might have been the quickest of the quick, though.
Yeah, I think he was going to be ultimately a major pace presence in here, though there are plenty that do like to be forward.
So scratch. Of course, it was 8-1 morning line. It was just forgotten on the board.
He was 30
Unfortunate.
to
But
1.
see him another day.
We will, and this makes things a little bit more open in terms of who might have that early supremacy in here, because you do have a lot of horses that have done some of their best running when they have had some forward position or been right up and on the lead. And to me, I was looking for somebody that didn't have that running style and that confirmed need to be right in the mix early. And so that led me to Works For Me, who's just shown that he's tactical. He can be right there, but he can also wait if need be.
So with that, they'll back everyone out here, give everyone a chance to reset. Pick 5 pool, 459,908. And a moment to adjust if you did have your that 7 on your ticket. Still with that, Works For Me, your odds-on favorite here.
Yeah. I mean, Linzer was a big price at the time of his scratch, and Works For Me has been favored throughout, so not much movement there. And everybody else, you're getting a decent price because Works For Me just seems to be the one that everyone has gravitated to, myself included.
All right, so here we go. Back in. And we'll do this again. Set for this pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Cigarette Boat, Seaver. 2 out, final verdict, and Felix. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Cigarette Boat right out to the front. Cigarette Boat with Works For Me. They're going to be 1-2, and just off of them is Final Verdict, who's a stalking presence from 3rd. At the rail, Boltage, and Manny Franco looked over his right shoulder. Is going to move to the outside here. It's right there with Felix, and they're 4th and 5th. Just behind them, the 2 trailers, Alder and Seaver. As they work up the backstretch, they're chasing Cigarette Boat. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Final Verdict is within range, within half length of the leader. Works For Me. A patient ride so far is at the rail, saving all the ground, is content to sit right here in the 3rd position under a snug hold for Flavien Prat. Also to the outside comes Felix. A little awkward there was Felix. Maybe just took an awkward step as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Cigarette Boat towards the inside. Final Verdict is chasing. Flavien wanted off the rail. Works For Me tips out to the 3 path, and here comes Works For Me is in full pursuit of the top duo. Works For Me is right there with Felix, who's going right with that rival. Final Verdict is a nose in front. Can Works For Me get there? Is trying to muscle through in between horses. Here's Felix to the outside. Down to these 2 on the outside. It's going to be a very tight photo finish. 2 noses on the line. Felix to the outside was right there with Works For Me. Final Verdict finished 3rd in 1 minute 7.29. It's a photo in race 6.
Did Felix on the outside get that nose down in that final jump? Dead tight finish between him and the favorite.
And I feel like he goes by, but then Works For Me ends up getting the best of the bob right on the wire. This one is too hard for me to tell, and it's kind of funny that Works For Me is coming off that dead heat finish and then ends up in a photo that's this close. I don't want to call it. What do you think? Maybe outside?
Maybe outside. It's just tough to tell. You can't see where that nose is of the favorite from the angle we have. 4-5 or 9-2. And it is Felix posted as your unofficial winner here. Upset it of a 4-5 favorite, 8-3-6-4. And the price did come down late a little bit. This horse was as high as 6-1, just a couple minutes to post.
He was, and we did see, of course, that late scratch. So I think anyone that had Linzer on their ticket would have ended up with Works For Me in the pick 6, which we do have that double carryover, already starting off with a big price. You defeat that 4-5 favorite, and now you've had 2 prices and 2 short price favorites defeated within the sequence so far. So things are looking pretty juicy if you're moving forwards within this pick 6.
Turf course continuing to play incredibly quick. 107-1 for the 6 furlongs. I mean, that is sizzling. One more look at it as your top 2 are about to enter the picture. Here comes Works For Me, the 3, to his outside. Felix, and just back and forth between these two. And just that nose down at the exact right time, Johnny Velasquez and Felix.
Yeah, timed it perfectly, moved with Works For Me, able to keep that one in that spot in between horses and just able to get the bob and the win. And this horse was coming off of a big effort last time out, as Acacia had mentioned. He ran second to Ambivalent, and that is a horse that ended up finishing 5th yesterday to Think Big, who's now a dual grade 2 winner, so certainly keeping some quality company.
Narrowest of margins to start off this pick 5 and the cross-country pick 5. It's Felix. 9-2 upset of a 4-5 favorite. John Velasquez, Tom Morley, Oak Ridge Farm here in the 6th.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. A very happy John Velasquez winning this photo finish over the odds-on favorite here. Works For Me right at the wire for the Tom Morley barn.
Couldn't have timed it any better to get this horse's nose down right on the money. And this one was keeping tabs on the favorite. Works For Me, able to be right to his outside and here move at the same time that Flavien Prat wanted to get that clear sailing, and just able to find the wire in time. This was close.
Look for a moment here too. At this point, like this 8 might be hanging a little bit.
I think that he sort of re-engaged, as did Works For Me, of having that horse to the outside, and both of them ending up in the position they were to finish about a neck ahead of horses that were more forwardly placed in your final verdict, being one of them to hold on for third, and that is close.
Gritty effort. from Felix here, coming off that huge performance at Fairgrounds. And Works for Me. Race under the belt now is going to be that much tougher probably next time out.
And ran well, finishing second in here. I think there's nothing wrong with this one, getting that first start of the season, that 4-year-old debut, and showing up and running very well, finishing a narrowly defeated second.
Grade 3 Vagrancy coming up. First of 3 stakes on this Sunday card ahead. 6.5 furlongs. Fillies, mares, 4 and up. And the rematch of Almost Gone Rocket, who's the 7-5 favorite. And the filly who handled her incredibly easily last start, Hauling Ice, although that was off a long time away and a muddy sealed track for Almost Gone Rocket.
And we just saw John Velasquez and Flavien Prat noses to the wire, and they are on the 2 horses that are the ones taking the bulk of the play right now. We'll see if Almost Gone Rocket can turn the tables on Hauling Ice.
That was the first defeat of Almost Gone Rocket's career, and again, it was off a long time away. Expect to see a different version of her today?
I expect that she'll run well in this spot, but I'm against, and I'm looking elsewhere as a horse that, yes, every excuse to take that step forward following a race where she was coming off of the bench, but there are some other tough foes in here, and the waters have gotten deeper from where she first started her career.
Grade 3 Vagrancy when we come back. 6.5 furlongs, the rematch between these top 2 finishers from that matron at Oaklawn. And there she is, Almost Gone Rocket, perfect 3-for-3 campaign. Back is a 3-year-old. Can she move forward and turn the tables on Hauling Ice in the rematch?
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5. Joining the Win Early Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Here comes Caramel Swirl. Caramel Swirl kicking in late here to take over. And it is Caramel Swirl and Junior Alvarado to win the Vagrancy.
Oh, great theme for this weekend. Mott Alvarado and Godolphin Homebred. Caramel Swirl in the 2023 Vagrancy. Junior Alvarado tried some different tactics. Dropped off the pace and went from last to first to get that win.
And this was a big effort by her. She was a cool horse that I feel like we didn't see a ton of on the racetrack in terms of fulfilling all the potential that she may have had, but certainly an effective sprinter that I always love when a horse can show you that they have a new dimension. They can adapt to whatever is playing out in front of them and still show up with a big effort.
Had to, unfortunately, face some just incredible talents after that. Good Night Olive, Echo Zulu in the next 2 starts. That was at Saratoga. She was very good, though, when she was on her best. As we take a look at the 6 in here, Socially Selective, Mott Alvarado teaming up here. And it's 6-1 from the outside post. And look at what that duo has done together since 2023 in Grade 1s. Pretty impressive.
I'd say so. I think they've had some good success together, and this is kind of the story that we got to really enjoy and see come to fruition last year with Brian Hernandez Jr., Ken McPeak, that long-time partnership that the two of them had had, and then seeing that success play out on the biggest stage in both the Oaks and the Derby. We've known about the partnership with Belmont and Junior Alvarado for quite some time, and they are really seeing that uptick in horses that are the big names competing at the highest level and winning, and now getting that first Kentucky Derby together.
Belmont looked stuck with him, with Junior Alvarado, when he was up and coming, still kind of learning. And when Junior talked about how much he learned from him and has become such a better rider from a man who just knows so much about the game, one of the all-time great trainers. Here's Almost Gone Rocket, so 6-5 favorite, despite being beat by Hall and Ice by 5 lengths last time out. But that was, again, off a long time away. Today will be second off the bench, and we'll get a, as of now, fast track to deal with things. Rain's coming down a little bit. Shouldn't change things, though.
And she's one that, yes, she had handled a wet track in the past. No 2 wet tracks playing exactly alike, and maybe just found this one not to her liking, as well as the potential that she just needed a start after not running since that win in the Jersey Girl last June at Saratoga. She's been favored in all of her starts so far. This margin of victory for Hall and Ice, though, there was no contest with Almost Gone Rocket being soundly defeated in there. And I'm just a little bit reticent to take her again as a short price when there are some classy rivals that she'll be running into here.
That was first back after 8 months away. See if we get a better showing. Public seems to think so with the price we see her at, and Pratt will be back aboard for Brad Cox. And there's the filly who beat her when they met in that matron on that muddy sealed track at Oaklawn back on March 29th, Hall and Ice.
The Arkansas bred able to really step up her game in that last start and her last 2. They've both been victories. She's run some fast races in the past, but those last 2 races, they've put her on the lead. They've been aggressive with her, and it resulted in a career best performance from her last time out, one that's really in good form right now, and we'll see what she does if there's any other speed that tries to go with her.
Maggie Wolfendale back with us. What is Almost Gone Rocket showing you here, second back off the bench?
Greg, that she is a bit more tucked up, a bit more defined, which was kind of the overall sentiment that I got from her last time out at Oaklawn, in that because she is such a heavy filly, that she'd probably need a start. Now, also, because I had never seen her going back to that 3-year-old campaign, Acacia had told me about that start in the Jersey Girl, in which she was really kind of revved up that day, as Acacia said. And maybe it's another year of maturity under her belt, but yet again, much like she was for that matron, she's quite quiet here in the paddock for this Grade 3 vagrancy, but at least it looks as though she's taken that significant step forward from a fitness perspective. As you know, you guys mentioning speed, mentioning the track. Yes, it is still open. There is water getting in it, but it definitely hasn't changed it much since yesterday, when we've seen speed do really well. And I think it's the same case again today. And Hall and Ice, the Archie bred, has the opportunity to be the fastest one here yet again. Now, I will say this. Well, physically she looks great. I mean, Saffie Joseph's horses do tend to always look that way. She's a bit more settled, though, here in the paddock, at least, relative to from what I saw with her in the matron, and even before that, when I had seen her in some of her previous Arkansas efforts. Maybe it's Aqueduct. It's often very crowded at Oaklawn, and it's a really close-quartered paddock where it's really, there's a lot of noise. It has the potential to set a lot of horses off. So here it's a lot more quiet. And so therefore, maybe that's just her reacting differently to different surroundings. But we'll see how she warms up too, as she will get the guidance of Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons. Now Leslie's Rose, I think she's a real wild card. She is the Grade 1 winner here in this field, but is this a spot that Todd Pletcher's just looking at to get her going again? Because he actually doesn't have great numbers bringing horses back off of layoffs and turning them back. Looking at her, though, she hasn't really grown that much. Now, she's filled out a bit, and she's a bit stronger than what she was as a 3-year-old, so I appreciate that, because that was always my main complaint with her, is that she just kind of looked a little bit weaker through her hip over her top line. So I don't know, will she be a bit out-footed here, going and turning back to the 6.5 furlongs? Possibly. But I kind of see where Todd Pletcher and his team are going with this entry of Leslie's Rose in this spot, Greg.
$1.15 million filly at the Keeneland September yearling sale 2022. That 3 filly for Todd Pletcher, who will be coming back for a 4-year-old return here. This is the Grade 1 win Maggie referenced in the Ashland in her final prep for last year's Oaks.
And while she didn't fare well in that Kentucky Oaks, she did rebound with a second-place finish to Torpedo Anna in that Acorn, showing up with a race that made this one seem like less of an outlier. She earned a 95 Beyer speed figure for this race, where the favorites just really did not show up, and she was able to run that 91, then being defeated, and then something just showing speed, fading in that Coaching Club American Oaks last time out, going 1 1/8 miles, and has all of this time off since then. We'll see. I mean, she did run well and win her first 2 starts sprinting, and did show speed sprinting as well.
Still, you have some serious speed in here. Hall and Ice, incredibly quick. Our Disaster from the rail, lightning quick as well, and even Almost Gone Rocket, not slow in here. So I think it'd be hard pressed to see Leslie's Rose anywhere near the front end of the spot. But we'll see what we get coming back. It's a tough spot to come back off the bench for probably a distance too that you don't prefer.
It is. I wonder what the plan is ultimately with her and where they've mapped out the route for her 2025, because you're facing some in-form sprinters right now, and we'll see what she does. But I don't know. She's got to be kind of a wild card.
Our Disaster, she just missed against Nick Style, who's 7 for 8 lifetime. Her only loss was a runner-up to Ways and Means.
I like this horse quite a bit. She has speed, comes in off of bullet work as well.
6-5 favorite still. Almost Gone Rocket in that rematch with Hall and Ice.
That first defeat last time out. We'll see if she can build off of that. Second off the bench.
Here's the Ashland winner. 4-year-old return for Todd Pletcher.
And this one not going to be going a route of ground today. This is a return spot. Maybe they stretch her out again. Maybe this is the idea, sprinting going forwards.
Incredibly consistent runner here, St. Benedict's Prep, who's just second in a Grade 3.
She shows up. She chased Irish Maxima around last time out, finishing second to her over Wood Memorial Weekend. She almost always just runs her race. I just wonder if she's quite good enough.
No one seems to have the race Hall and Ice ran last time out, as Almost Gone Rocket found out.
And it's a question whether or not you're going to see something like that again in the same type of aggressive tactics, because that was a career best, and maybe that's who she is now, but you want to kind of see it again.
And your Derby winning trainer and owner teaming up with Socially Selective outside.
And I like this one getting that ever so slight cutback in distance. I wonder if the 7 furlongs is just a touch more than her absolute best and comfort zone. She did run very well, 3 starts back, finishing second to Mystic Lake in the Sugar Swirl.
Grade 3 Vagrancy coming up. We're 2 minutes to post. Pick 4 starts here. Just over $144,000 in that pool. And you can play it right there. Get signed up with that promo code, Match200 for new members at NYRABets.com. And then any track, anywhere, anytime. So you hinted that you like this inside runner. What do you like with Our Disaster?
The only horse that's ever beat her outside of her debut is Nick Style, who's a pretty talented one. And I know that Saffie Joseph Jr. does come in here with Hall and Ice, with Our Disaster, both of them having that good early speed. I have to imagine they're at least going to try to get some position here with Our Disaster from the rail, given the post positions. And I was looking at his numbers, a dirt sprint graded stakes at NYRA. He's 29%, $2.67 ROI over the past 5 years. And Brad Cox does not have good numbers doing the same. Dirt sprints, graded stakes at NYRA, 3 for 32, $1.53 ROI. So I just thought that was interesting, especially given the price discrepancies as well.
I'm surprised we're seeing even money on Almost Gone Rocket. That
Me
price
too.
getting even shorter. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising, but I feel like she's one of those fillies that's always going to take a lot of money. As we'll check in with the horse that Sarah is a fan of in number 1 for Saffie Joseph, the other Saffie horse in Our Disaster. Now, she is quick, and last time out, chasing a run-off leader just to be picked off in the end by a horse that I do respect, a Bill Mott trainee by the name Nick Style. Our Disaster, though, is this the first time I'm laying eyes on her? She isn't your typical Saffie Joseph runner. As I mentioned in the paddock with regards to Hall and Ice, they tend to be horses that carry great coat or carry great flesh and have a great coat to them, and more robust types of runners. Our Disaster's a little bit more on the slender side, kind of a weaker top line, which I wasn't exactly expecting to see. I'll give her credit, though. She's really well turned out from the mental aspect of things. She looks like a filly that's ready to run her A game, kind of, with that confidence, kind of head carriage that I've seen from her throughout these prelims. So we'll see what she does here. Is she in a bit of a jackpot? Because her stablemate, at least on paper, looks to be the fastest, and she's drawing down the rail. And we'll see what Jose Ortiz opts to do from the gate, and then completely disregarded on the board is the 4 in here, St. Benedict's Prep. What the heck has she done wrong? As she has been so consistent throughout this entire winter, now making the 7th start already of 2025, and you would not know it. She is the most filled out, the most robust looking mare in here, and I just find it remarkable. Linda Rice is so adept into kind of reading her horses and knowing that the ones that can keep running, that can turn around on quick rest, and she's obviously identified it with St. Benedict's Prep, who I thought ran respectably well in defeat in the Grade 3 Distaff last time, Greg.
Yeah, she has been talking about the 4. 15-1 is just wild on her. I know it's a tough spot. She is just, as Maggie said, incredibly consistent. There she is, 14 times, first or second in 23 career starts. You can always count on her showing up to run a race. Maybe won't be good enough against this group, but certainly good enough to get a piece of it.
She's reliable. I wouldn't have any problem with putting her in for 3rd at 15-1, especially because at least with her that she's going to be right there and give you that honest effort. And while I agree, I think that there are others in here that are just a little bit better, a little bit faster than she is. She also doesn't need to be right up and on the lead either, with some others that have shown that they've been doing their best when they're on the front end, and she is not that type.
Almost Gone Rocket, the 2. Second start back off 8 months away. She'd not been beat last year, and that was the first defeat of her career in the comeback. The rematch with the filly who easily handled her at Oaklawn on that muddy sealed track. Hall and Ice right there, the 5, who has now won back-to-back starts. The Arkansas bred for Saffie Joseph Jr. Set for the Grade 3 Vagrancy. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Went in, and it was very awkward there at the start. An assistant starter was on the ground. Not sure what happened there. Socially Selective was very awkward out of the gate. Assistant starter popped right up on the feet, but a very, very troubled beginning. The leader is Our Disaster, who's now a neck in front. Our Disaster is there with Hall and Ice. Then comes Leslie's Rose, and they're followed by St. Benedict's Prep towards the outside. That's the leading 4. Almost Gone Rocket is back there in 5th, is in behind that leading group as they went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Junior Alvarado is not going to persist with the 6 Socially Selective, is at the back, appears to be fine, but just kind of not persisting with that runner who's at the back end of the field. The leader is Hall and Ice, who's a neck in front. At the rail is Our Disaster, and Our Disaster's trying to move on through. Hall and Ice, they're still with the lead. Here comes St. Benedict's Prep. Leslie's Rose is in pursuit as they reach the top of the stretch. To the inside, it's Our Disaster, and Our Disaster is now battling on with Hall and Ice. They're still 1-2. Almost Gone Rocket from the back end of the field starts to roll, and here comes Almost Gone Rocket after the leaders. Our Disaster is now a half length in front. Hall and Ice not going anywhere, comes right back. Leslie's Rose, St. Benedict's Prep. It's going to be a blanket finish. Give it to Hall and Ice to win it. Hall and Ice wins the Vagrancy. Then came Our Disaster, Leslie's Rose, St. Benedict's Prep. And again, Socially Selective is going to cross the wire here in just a second. Appears to be fine. Final running time, 1 minute 16 seconds flat.
Strange beginning to this race, and good to hear. It sounds like the starting gate crew member is okay. Hauling Ice now 3 wins in a row for Saffie Joseph Jr. John Velasquez, another win.
And Saffie Joseph Jr. having both of his runners really show up with a big effort in here, both of them forwardly placed. And it really seemed as though Hauling Ice at one point at the top of the stretch was going right on by Our Disaster, but that one did keep fighting on, and it ended up being very close at the wire, but Hauling Ice just able to get the better of her stablemate in here. Leslie's Rose coming on late for a piece of things as well.
Yeah, big effort off the bench, Leslie's Rose, but Hauling Ice 3 in a row. Let's go back to this start, and you're going to see one of the starting gate members and pre-breaks the gate. The 6, it looks like.
It looks as though she does pop the gate open just a touch earlier than the rest of the field.
And maybe he was trying to hold on so she didn't get out.
Perhaps.
And then you see him fall backwards.
We'll get a look here. Yeah, I think she just a moment before, and then trying to keep her within, not knowing that they were going to be opening the gate, starting the race just a second after that. So perhaps just a case of bad timing.
Wow, these starting gate crew members just put themselves in harm's way. It's such an immensely dangerous job that they do. Really tip of the cap. Hauling Ice 3 in a row now, 8 wins, 14 career starts. And Leslie's Rose off the bench, sprinting in the comeback. Big effort here.
Absolutely, and it hasn't been easy to make up meaningful ground on this race course today either, or yesterday. I will say Almost Gone Rocket, a little bobble and getting bounced around at the beginning, but just never really in gear and never really to make much of a dent. Hauling Ice, now 3 for her last 3.
Yeah, kind of got pinballed a little bit, looking at it off camera. Almost Gone Rocket. Hauling Ice does it again to Almost Gone Rocket and to the rest of this field. 3 in a row, and now a graded stakes victory on the resume. Prices when we come back from the Vagrancy right after this.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Back-to-back wins. John Velasquez wins here on Hauling Ice in the Grade 3 Vagrancy, who overcomes her stablemate here, who was stubborn down the stretch.
Yeah, it really looked like Hauling Ice was going to put her away convincingly, but Our Disaster fought on. Both of them forwardly placed in here and ended up finishing 1-2 for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here, the Hall of Famer gets his second win on the card, and Johnny, Holland Ice, she had to earn it, but the track playing very kindly to horses on the front end.
I think the track is playing on our favor, although we went a little bit faster than I wanted to do, and the break wasn't as good either. You know, the horse on the outside had to duck underneath that horse, so didn't trap me with it. You know, almost took me with it. And so it took him a little bit, you know, to get my horse into stride without, you know, using it too much. Once she got into the good rhythm, the back stretch, I left her what she was, you know, what she was supposed to be. And then she put a really good fight down the lane.
As a rider, can you explain to us what happened at the gate?
I think they opened the gate right at the moment where that horse was going to jump into the doors, and the handler just happened to be holding at the same time, and the horse ended up almost on top of me.
Oh, wow. Johnny, you do ride Tumbarumba coming up later. I know you haven't been aboard him before, but any insights from our good friend Brian Lynch with the blinkers going back on?
With a lot of speed in the race. I mean, we have a good push from the outside. I'm going to see where he puts me, and not going to fight him. I'm not taking away what he's doing easy, but also trying to get him, you know, where he relaxes a little bit, because, I mean, it's a lot of speed in the race. I don't want to use him, and then we don't have anything to fight in down the lane.
Well, Johnny, as always, it's such a pleasure to catch up with you and have you back here in New York.
Nice to be back.
And speaking of Holland Ice, well, no double still dons the title of the richest Archie bred in history. She is the richest female Archie bred, Holland Ice. Greg.
It is an incredible rarity seeing an Arkansas-bred runner here come to New York, and obviously this filly in exceptional form right now.
She is. She's really turned a corner and shown up in a big way over her last couple of starts, and is going to be a big presence in the sprint division if she continues on this pathway forward. She ran very well here.
Stakes action continues. Grade 3 Beaugay, mile and a 16th, on the turf. Fillies and mares 4 and up. And as the board reflects, a wide open edition, 3 in here for Chad Brown.
So is it the other Chad or the other Chad?
Of his trio, who do you prefer?
I would say dynamic pricing. You?
Why?
Why? I feel as though she was one that wasn't helped along by saving all the ground and being forwardly placed enough and in position in that Lake Placid, where she's one that she's at least shown that on a fairer surface, which we do have on the turf courses here, she can be pretty effective. And I think that Grayosh is one that she's a little better than she looks, because she's been able to take advantage of how the turf courses have been playing in some brilliant rides. But at the same time, she does draw the rail in here.
Yeah, we'll see if she can take a step forward here in her 4-year-old return. Same story with Grayosh. And Spalade with a race under the belt coming back, the recency. As we get you back to Tampa. Race 7. And the 8-5 favorite. That's the 6 in here, Nina's last gift. Speed and backed up last start. That was on the turf at a mile. Gets back on dirt. Where's the dirt form to make this one the 8-5 favorite? I don't get it.
And 47-1 and third last time, doing something completely different. And leading rider announced, Samuel Marin, will be aboard on her, and he is one that has been showing up really all meet, but I just didn't really see the right kind of trip for this horse to warrant that type of price.
You know, by the way, as we showed you that replay from the gate, the 6 pre-broke the gate and has been declared a non-starter in that vagrancy. So yeah, here it just looks like this race is getting completely misbet.
I would agree, and I think that now the horse that is 7-5 is the one that figures to have the dirt form coming in, be able to show up in these sprint type of races, and did finish second 2 starts back to the horse towards the outside and Pretty and Awesome. But at least this one has that consistency, that level that shows that she can be competitive in these types of conditions. So I have no problems with her, and I even think that the #1 Chem Major, not totally impossible at a price, a horse that is cutting back in distance.
And back to the 7 for a moment, 5-1. You meant beat Athena's Wisdom, who's now your favorite, and then just jumped up, tried much tougher last time out. So had an excuse not to run that well, and there was almost 12-1 that day. Back down to this allowance optional 16 level. A major player at 5-1. Jason Beam, the call. Here's the 7th from Tampa.
To gate 6. Pretty and Awesome. Adamar Santos to the outside draw. We're to start that late daily double. Pretty awesome. To the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Athena's Wisdom from the inside got away sharply. Here's Awesome Empress moving up between horses to challenge, and from out wide, Pretty and Awesome is close up as they come out of the main course. Athena's Wisdom just in front of Pretty and Awesome under a tough hold there in that second position. Down along the inside, Awesome Empress moves through from third. Lengths more back to the gray, Nina's Last Gift, who shadows Miss Taptress. They're 4 clear of Chem Major, who's the early trailer. Is Athena's Wisdom. Leads them with 4 furlongs left to go. It's Athena's Wisdom by that half-mile pole in front, 3/4 of a length. Pretty and Awesome still under stout restraint on the outside. Awesome Empress down at the fence. 22.89 was that opening quarter mile. Athena's Wisdom bet down to 3-2. Leads them around the far turn. Pretty and Awesome. Nina's Last Gift surges up 3 wide up on the outside. Those 3 fan across the track as they come toward the quarter pole. Just in behind them, Awesome Empress. Right outside of that runner, Miss Taptress. Chem Major still trails. Athena's Wisdom trying to fend them all off here. It's Athena's Wisdom. Pretty and Awesome 2 deep, 3 deep here for Nina's Last Gift as they turn in for the stretch. Athena's Wisdom on the inside, narrowly in front. Trying to come after that one. Pretty and Awesome. Nina's Last Gift continues to make slow and steady progress. Has just a 1/16 of a mile to push by. Athena's Wisdom still there. The lead still a length. Nina's Last Gift on the outside. Pretty and Awesome between them. Athena's Wisdom all the way. 1 1/2 and a half. Nina's Last Gift was second. Third went to Pretty and Awesome. Fourth, Chem Major got going.
Athena's Wisdom with the victory. 6th win of this 6-year-old mare's career. Wins first off the claim for the Pablo Torres barn. 2, 6, 7, 1 in the 7th at Tampa. More graded stakes action from Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, that's 1 of 3 for trainer Chad Brown in this Grade 3 Bogey. When we come back, Grayosh getting set for her 4-year-old return. Winner of the Grade 2 Lake Placid 2 starts ago at Saratoga last summer.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Cheminot take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Rougier is out in the middle of the course and coming on now. Here comes Rougier up to challenge our flash drive. Here is Rougier now to take over the lead. It is Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
Now, this performance made the initial purchase look like money well spent. Purchased for $3.3 million from Peter Brandt Coolmore after having a Group 1 victory in the Prix de l'Opera at Longchamp, and then 7th-place finish the British Cup Filly in Mare Turf. And Beaugay performance under Flavien Prat for Chad Brown. Powerful.
He's really had this race as his own over the past several years, showing up with horses that are just competitive in this type of field. And this year, no different. He'll be sending out 3.
Rushing Fall, one of the standout names on that list of impressive runners. Acacia Clement joining us now for the rest of our coverage here, which include these 2 stakes with Chad Brown. With 3 runners in this race, we have some interesting other runners like Heredia in here, who has been off for 19 months for Graham Motion.
Yeah, she's very intriguing, making her long-awaited U.S. debut. If you watch on XBTV, you can see a couple of her recent workouts. Down at Palmettos, back in the end of March, she was working in company with Queen of the Mud, who Graham also trains, and just recently, a couple weeks ago, finished 2nd out at Santa Anita in the Monrovia, and I thought this filly, to my eye, was going better than her.
I asked this question to Sarah as well, of this trio of fillies for Chad Brown. Who impressed you the most?
Well, I've never been the biggest Spaladay fan, but she was a horse that I saw last time at Tampa, and I just really thought she needed that race. So I would expect she's going to be stronger coming back in here today, whereas her stablemates are making their first start off the layoff.
There is the one off that 19-month time away, though. Heredia for the Graham Motion barn. 3rd in the Group 1 Sun Chariot against the sensational Inspiral the last time that we saw her. That was October of 23. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendahl.
Acacia, I wish you were here to give comment on Spaladay, because from what I see, I don't know if she's strengthened up with having that race under her belt, and I actually prefer her stablemates that are coming in off of the layoff. And we'll take a look at the inside runner in here, Greoche, whom I have been a fan of throughout her career. But I do feel as though it's imperative for Flavien Prat to get her forward position. Now, she is pace dependent. If they're going slow, she can be forward. But I think, you know, kind of buck that trend. Don't let her take herself out of it, because she's always a filly, too, that presents herself as having energy, as if she should be forward, as if she should come out of the gate running. And yet again today, while she was behaved to get the tack on, sometimes she's not that way. She's forward, she's bright, she's on the bridle, all things you want to see, and she comes in here looking very fit, very strong. As her stablemate, who I also do like, is number 7, Dynamic Pricing, who was against the track in her last 2 efforts, narrowly defeated to be 3rd. I mean, really against it in that Winter Memories. And to be honest, it does not look like she's been away from the racetrack for nearly 14 months. She's a very sleek filly to begin with, very aerodynamic, but well-defined, and just has that air of confidence to her. And if anything, going from 3 to 4, she's grown a bit taller as well in her frame, which I like to see. So I do like these 2 coming into this race. As number 2 in here, Heredia. Reading the comments from Graham Motion, it says he said that she was sent to him after that 3rd place effort behind eventual Breeders' Cup winner Inspiral. Had a few workouts, but unfortunately came up with a soft tissue injury, and that she's been, like Acacia said, been preparing steadily down in Florida. Opted for an allowance race, but unfortunately that didn't go. So she's here in this Grade 3 Beaugay, in which, looking at her here in the paddock, she makes a great impression. You know, she's not a real big type, so I'm wondering if she, you know, could come to hand quite quickly. It's not like she's a big horse where you got to kind of get her into races and work it off of her. Yeah, she might need a race, but I can still see her probably going quite close here. I like her overall demeanor, acting as if she's been here at the Big A before, Greg.
6-1 right now. It's enticing price as well on Heredia. So October 7th, the last time we saw her on the racetrack. Start before that at Sandown, Group 3 victory.
She's been ultra impressive. I mean, she's done very little wrong and been competitive in pretty much all of her career starts so far. And I think that she doesn't want to go much further than the distance that she's going to be trying today, the mile and a 16th, but she's been incredibly successful and consistent when going some of those shorter distances and up to the mile overseas. She's had plenty of time to adjust since coming in here, and now coming in off the bench. Good to know that Maggie has good things to say about the condition she comes in as.
She's very intriguing. I mean, Inspiral is a superstar that she was facing and was not that far behind in that Group 1 Sun Chariot. She is a horse that, as Sarah said, maybe she was not quite up to that level and maybe kind of just getting there. So the layoff is a bit of a concern, but I think she's very interesting to follow this division throughout the rest of the year.
Meanwhile, another intriguing shipper coming in. This one for Todd Pletcher. Rakia, I hope I'm saying that right. Frankie Dettori will be aboard. And two back, is that the path to success, being forward on the front end?
We know that the path to not winning is what they did last time and trying to have her come from off the pace a little bit more. When she was favored, had a little bit of that wider journey at Gulfstream in that Pegasus World Cup filly and mare turf. And she was stretching out in distance, looking at the race that she was a winner of, the Goldakova at Del Mar when she first came in. There might be some others that want to be forward as well, the 5 No Mo Candy being one of them right to her outside. But if they know what works and they've already tried something else and it didn't, that's always something to keep in mind.
Post parade coming up in a moment. We'll have riders up here in just a second. We see the 5 coming off the board here. I've not heard what's happening, but No Mo Candy apparently has been scratched. So we'll try and get more on that with Maggie in a moment. Being told wrong shoes.
Yeah, so every horse that comes into the paddock, they are lifting up their feet to check and make sure that there is not even a little bit of a toe grab, as Maggie touched on the other day. This is now, I believe, the 3rd instance that this has happened here at Aqueduct with HISA's new rules and a lot more stricter checking of the horses. Even if there's any sort of little bit of a lip on that shoe, it's considered an illegal type of shoeing to use.
Unfortunate. Well, here's Grayosh for Chad Brown, 4-year-old debut coming up.
This one did not fare quite as well in that QE2 at Keeneland, but does have that Lake Placid win to her credit.
Long time away for this Group 3 winner and Group 1 place runner, Heredia.
She has a ton of class. She's been training strongly. Of course, she does have a long layoff to overcome and a little bit sharp and rambunctious on the track there.
5-year-old return and blinkers on for Edict.
This one has shown speed, been forward and then faded in those 2 starts in the U.S. after coming in from Argentina, likely to go forward from here.
Rakia, Group 3 winner, gate to wire of that Goldakova 2 starts ago.
And especially with No Mo Candy coming out, they have to use her speed. She was buried down on the inside last time and got very headstrong and hard to handle in that Pegasus race. You have to be forward with her today.
From near last to first last start in a Florida bred stakes win Mohawk Trail.
And she's been well entered by Kelsey Danner, taking advantage a couple of times of those Florida bred races, but she comes in off of a good streak.
Grade 2 Edgewood winner back as a 3-year-old, Chad Brown's Dynamic Pricing.
She's been against the course in her last 2 starts, going wide and coming from further back when you needed to be forward and towards the inside. Maybe gets the right kind of setup today.
Biggest price on the board. Here's Lady Firefoot.
And she's been going further distances down in Florida and against Graded Stakes Company as well. We'll see what she can do getting a little bit less ground.
And the Grade 2 Sands Point winner from last year, Spaladay for Chad Brown.
Has that start under her belt at Tampa, was coming from very far back that day. We did see a couple of those run the other day and do well. Venecia and Saffron Moon running well in their next starts.
So 3 of them, inside, outside, and the 7 Dynamic Pricing for Chad Brown. Here's Grayosh making her 4-year-old return to the races, coming up 5-2 right now. Flavian Pratt has gotten to know her well. He'll be back aboard today, and again, 2 starts back. She was the winner of that Grade 2 Lake Placid against her stablemates.
She saved all the ground that day, and this was a time where the turf course was playing very kindly to horses that had that inside position. You always want to save ground when you're on the turf, but I think it was really exemplified by some of the horses that did not get that opportunity to get towards the fence, running well in their subsequent starts. She Feels Pretty coming to mind as one of them who just never really saw the rail and then went on to have those 3 explosive victories since.
It was a game effort from her as well. She was a horse that seemed to kind of be knocking on the door prior to that, and I think that that was really her biggest effort. Yes, she did take advantage of where you wanted to be on the track that day, and then we saw her disappoint in the QE2 following that, but coming back off the layoff, she's back as a 4-year-old now. I'd be curious to see what she can do back this year, as it seemed like she was a little bit of a work in progress last year.
Meanwhile, that 4-horse favored from Goodwood in Great Britain to Del Mar to Gulfstream, now to New York in the last 4 starts. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I guess her case is really aided by the fact that we see the late scratch of number 5 in here, No Mo Candy, because she really looks as though she can only be ridden one way, and that is on the front end. And we've seen when it comes to these turf races, especially going longer, that speed is ultimately the most dangerous weapon, as it usually is in horse racing. But she was quite aggressive in the paddock. She looks like a horse that should go shorter, though, right? You know, she had a lot of success going shorter in England, and her best race here is the Grade 3 Golden Copa going a mile. We'll see how she negotiates the mile on 16th. But I wonder what they do with number 3, Edict, because I was catching up with Dave Donk, and I said, Dave, tell me about the blinkers. It almost seems as though she's more calm, yet more focused with them on, because in those 2 outings last year, she got very aggressive pre-race, and today she hasn't turned a hair. Now, she looks pretty fit as she's going to post here, and Dave saying to me, you know, he put Jose Gomez on to work her, and he's been preparing her, and that Jose said she almost went to sleep going to the pole in those breezes. So we'll see what it ultimately makes her do, because I almost get the feeling that they want to rate, that she's going to just let herself rate, and hopefully she can finish. So an interesting race, especially when it comes to pace dynamics, Greg.
So there is Flavien Prat and Greyosh at 5-2, and all 3 of these stablemates they have met before, and the rematch coming up.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in terms of the pace, because you do take out a major speed in here, and then it does seem to go the way of your current favorite right now if they are aggressive with her. But we don't even necessarily know that that is the game plan. They tried different tactics last time. You would have to think that they go, especially with other speed coming out in here, but you never know.
I would be very surprised if she's not on the front end. I do think that Maggie's right, that Edict is the bit of the wild card in this race, because she has the ability to be forward. And if you're looking on paper and you see blinkers on, you'd think that she should be sharp on the front end. It does seem like, though, of the 3 Chad Brown runners, they all are more closing types. Greyosh, though, from the rail, does have the ability to be a bit more forward than her stablemate.
Going back to Edict for a moment, there she is getting helped in for David Donk. Even what she's done the first 2 starts here in the States, she's not that far off.
Nope.
The rest of this field, really, is she?
She only raced in Stakes Company in her 2 races here in America as well.
27-1, wildly inflated number. She was 20-1 morning line, but I thought that was exceptionally high. See what we get from her for David Donk. First start back as a 5-year-old favorite. The one we expect to see in the lead with Frankie Dettori, Rakia for Todd Pletcher. It's the Grade 3 Bogey from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
For the Bogey. Taking a look behind there, Edict, the 3. And assistant starters hop down, so stand by. Now backing the 3 Edict out of the starting gate. Maybe just getting resituated there. Now goes in. We're set. And they're off. Rakia took a slight bobble just after the start. Rakia's up with the early pace, and so is Edict. They're going to be 1-2, and they're well apart, but now Rakia is going to press on a little keen here in the center of the course with Edict at the rail. And the front 2 start to get away from the rest as Mohawk Trail is going to sit to the outside here of Greyosh. They're 3rd and 4th. Then Spaladays in that next pack as Dynamic Pricing moves to the inside, and they travel as a pair. Towards the back, Heredia, and the trailer, it's going to be Lady Firefoot. They work around the turn, and Rakia wanted to go, and now Rakia 22.67 for that posted opening quarter mile as they back off the tempo now. Rakia has really tapped on the brakes. So did Edict, is now leading that second group, and Spaladay wants to move forward, so they are bandying back and forth as Rakia was trying to catch that breather, and Spaladay notices that, and they apply the pressure. Edict was the one settling just off of them, is right there in third. Mohawk Trail is towards the outside, still in fourth with Grayosh. At the rail here is a close-up fifth, moving forward with Dynamic Pricing to the outside. Tight hold on Heredia, and Manny Franco is towards the back end of the field, and the trailer, Lady Firefoot. Honest Fractions, 47-4 for a half-mile time, Rakia. Rakia was loose on the lead, but Spaladay is applying the pressure, and Rakia still a neck in front. Spaladay, Edict is all in. Grayosh is going through a tight spot, and it's just not there yet. Rakia is getting out as they reach the top of the lane. It's been an awkward journey, and everything is wide open now. They spread well apart, as bearing out badly was Rakia, who looks to be now just backing out of it. Dynamic Pricing goes around that rival. Here's Heredia, who is at the back under that snug hold, and Heredia is taking the lead. Edict battles on, is coming right back towards the inside. Edict, Heredia, Dynamic Pricing rolling down the center of the course. Edict is trying to hold on. Dynamic Pricing up in time and wins the Beaugay. Edict second, then Heredia, and Grayosh finished fourth. And 1 minute 42 seconds flat.
Dynamic Pricing, Arad Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with the win in the Grade 3 Beaugay.
Everything just really took a turn at the top of the stretch where we did see the horse in front and your favorite Rakia really blow the turn, drift out abruptly. Dynamic Pricing was the one that did not get the benefit of going through a spot created, actually had to go around that rival, but had all the momentum coming down the outside. And a nice effort by that long shot Edict, finishing second after being forwardly placed.
Give her some credit. She was sharp early on and was pressured by Rakia, who was keen to take over on the lead. And then it was an oddly run race because of all horses. It was Spaladay who kind of injected some pace in the middle of the race. I don't know if it was her dragging her rider forward or if Dylan Davis decided I need to try and be a little bit more forward in here or else she's going to be loose on the front end getting that breather. That didn't work out, but Dynamic Pricing did end up having something to run at. Give credit to Edict, though, who really dug in at a big price.
Monster effort from her, especially given those early fractions and putting away any other forwardly placed type. And I like that move with John Velasquez to go, secure the inside position, make someone else have to use a little bit more horse, a little bit of their speed to come challenge you, and then take back and adjust.
And look, no one was going after Rakia in here, and Dylan Davis noticed that, and he sort of had to sacrifice Spaladay. That's not what she wants to do, but he felt someone had to put some pressure on that speedster, and in the end, it cost her.
Yeah, it did look like that was the case. She kind of got a little bit keen being outside, and he pushed her to go forward and press that pace setter. Dynamic Pricing, though, as she was strong coming back for the first start of her year.
7-3-2-1 Dynamic Pricing. Chad Brown yet again in the Beaugay. Big effort in defeat from that long shot. Edict is one of the biggest prices on the board, but a familiar result in this Beaugay. Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr., and Klarovich.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, and it's Chad Brown's barn again in the Grade 3 Beaugay. Rad Ortiz Jr., Klarovich Stables with dynamic pricing. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th, 20th in Timonium, Maryland after the Preakness. Where will you be? From off the pace to come and get another graded stakes win here, dynamic pricing.
Yeah, she was one that was up against it over those last couple of starts where she didn't perform quite as well. She gets a fair kind of setup today and is able to get the victory.
Came running late. You have to give a lot of credit to Edict. She was off a bit of a layoff as well. In addition, with that equipment change with the blinkers going on, will be interesting to see what she has to do moving forward out of this. And Heredia as well. I think that she'll move forward off that big layoff.
Yeah, and even we talked about Spaladay too as well. Maybe next time we'll be able to get to do what she wants to do and not have to chase.
Yeah, it wasn't her preferred running style. Also interesting to say that Maggie did not think she'd move forward physically in the paddock. So maybe some questions still to be answered with Spaladay.
More hardware. Where does he put it all?
You must have a very big display cabinet.
To run another house. Just from this race alone. Let's take a look at the cross-country follow-along to this point, how it is played out. Fairly formful. You did have Felix there with a bit of an upset, but Hall and Ice, Athena's Wisdom, now dynamic pricing. Some short prices here with one leg remaining in a pool of just over $43,000. Tampa Bay's 8th, which is 3 minutes away. We'll close things out. Let's go downstairs to Maggie to wrap up this Beaugay.
Yeah, here the Rad Ortiz Jr., a familiar partner, dancing partner with dynamic pricing. And Rad, talk us through when you saw Rakia bolting basically with her jockey and what the decision you had to make in that moment.
To be honest, Maggie, by the 3 pole, I can really see the horse in front of me. I was like right behind Bechisa's horse. I got Flavian inside of him, I got Man inside of me, and I have a Briham outside of me. So it was time to make a run, so I got more horse than horse beside me, so I went after her, my filly, and she responded really well. Then when I hit clear, I really saw Frankie having some trouble to make the turn with the filly. I already asked my filly to go, so I don't want to stop the momentum. I said, I'm making some ground, but by the time I get there, hopefully he control the horse, or either he don't control the horse, and I probably go win. If he control, go out. He finally get a good hold of the filly. The filly come back to make the turn, and I go around and work out good.
It did work out well, and yet you know her. I feel like she was up against it in several of her starts last year, but it looks like she's taken a step forward.
She come back really good today, but also the weather helps. I think she really liked the slope. You can see when it's gel and good the turf course. I don't think she got beat yet when the ground is the way it is today, and that's why one thing I told Shadi, say, man, she's game when she got the soft turf, she's game, and she keep digging, she keep give me a little extra on the end, and that's how she get there.
Well done. As I said to Johnny, it's great to have you guys back here in New York. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Rad Ortiz Jr., of course, in a familiar spot with familiar silks in the winner's circle, Greg.
Yeah, this team has won a lot of big ones together. And Rad Ortiz Jr., we talk about how relentlessly he is as a rider, and every single race he rides with that passion, that heart. He already has over 500 mounts on the year and over 100 victories.
It's just incredible the kind of year he's already had and has had for several years in the past. And he's one that I love what he was saying about his trip there to Maggie, where he's trying to start that momentum. He's trying to win the race, and he's hoping that Frankie is in control of his horse by the time he goes by, and he'll adjust if he needs to, but he's just going to figure it out on the fly and keep riding forwards, and sometimes that's all you can do.
And I know that's why they're the top riders in the game, but I always have a lot of respect for the jockeys that are at Churchill Downs yesterday, riding in the Derby or on the Derby card, and then they're back in the first race on Sunday at the Big A.
All these big names back in here. It feels good to have all these top riders back here. We got the Grade 3 Westchester Stakes action continues on this tremendous Sunday card next. 1-turn mile, 4-year-olds and up. Fierceness had been pointed to this race. Steady won the Alley Sheba.
He did so pretty impressively as well. I mean, it was far better performance than his stablemate Locked, who'd originally been pointed to that race. And I think we have to be appreciative that he went there because we ended up with a very intriguing Westchester field.
It becomes a lot more competitive with him gone. Bishop's Bay, Bank Frenzy. You can make a case maybe for Yo Daddy in here. Tumbarumba, Quinsprue, Worcester. I know Andy liked. Is everyone a contender in this field?
They are, but I think you have to keep in mind how we've seen the main track play, especially today with having that forward position be so effective and be so important. And I think that really leaves it to your bookenders, Bishop's Bay as well as Quinsprue is having the upper hand.
Just missed Grade 2 Carter last time out. Quinsprue. We're going to close out this cross-country Big 5 with the race we have coming up next. Race 8 at Tampa, mile on the turf. $25,000 claiming tag for everybody in here. Non-winners of 2 life, so maiden winners lining up in this group where the favorite is outside, Lady Lala. And not the strongest of form to go off of in this group. I thought the 7 could be very tough here too, getting bet like it.
Did just break the maiden, so we'll see if that one has figured some things out, could be forwardly placed.
Yeah, a horse that has some speed. For what it's worth, I saw Lady Lala 2 starts back when running in Florida Bred Stakes Company and written down that she did actually look like a turf horse, just didn't really seem to stack up to her competition. Yet she dropped to this level last time and wasn't able to get the job done. However, Kathleen O'Connell, her trainer, wrapping up closing day at Tampa Bay Downs, has clinched her 4th training title there at Tampa.
Wow. Congratulations. See how she does here with Lady Lala on the outside. What, really the 3, the 7, the 9 dominating the board here. As we'll close things out at Tampa with this race coming up. Outside of those 3, did you give anyone a shot here?
I think that at least Future Fortune, the number 4 horse, is one getting back to the turf course, who has tried a couple of different things and at least shown that she can run a figure that's somewhat competitive with some of your shorter prices in this spot as she gets back over to the grass. We'll see. She's one that's going to need a little bit of pace in front of her.
I thought that it really was between the 3 horses you mentioned. Personally, Greg, La Gravina, I know Just Broke Her Maiden last time out, but she's only had 2 races on the grass and 2 starts back. She was a huge price and running against far tougher company. When she broke her maiden for $25,000, she comes back at the right spot here.
5 interesting at all, or just better suited to sprinting maybe?
Wasn't for me, but if you like, you still have time to bet.
I thought she was more of a sprinter too.
10-1 right now on that one, who tried to do it on the front end, 2 back going long on the grass and then backed up. Here is the finale from Tampa Bay. Jason Beam the call.
And the race is on. Country Economics in the center got away in good order. La Gravina now getting into the bit, coming up on the outside to challenge that one, and Future Fortune close up as well. It's going to be La Gravina to Poconos in front of Country Economics, who tries to go with that one second. From the outside, Lady Lala. So the 2 favorites are up close as they run to that first turn. Length and a half more to Future Fortune, who's 4th. Far Above is the outside in the black and yellow colors, 5th. Then comes Tourist Style, 6th down on the rail. A length and a half more to Dropped Cold, and Ain't No Lady. They race together 7th and 8th. They're a length and a half in front of Hold Her Close, who is the early trailer as they head on to the back stretch. 23.38 seconds. And Lady Lala and Jose Ferrer up on the outside grab a short lead. La Gravina and Samuel Marin toward the fence. They're now 3/4 of a length back in second. It's 3.5 or 4 more back to Future Fortune, who goes by Country Economics. They're 3rd and 4th. 3 more back to Far Above after that. Trying to get a move on as Ain't No Lady. Hold Her Close is starting to launch a bid. Was last, is now 7th. Tourist Style and Dropped Cold has dropped out last. 46.56 seconds, that opening half-mile time. Lady Lala takes him into that far turn. The lead stretched out to a length and a half. La Gravina switches to the outside for the attack now as they have just over a 1/4 mile left to go. Those 2 have gotten away by 4 lengths to Country Economics. Ain't No Lady continues to try to rally up. To the top of the stretch they come. Lady Lala, La Gravina up alongside. These 2 still 5 lengths clear of the rest. Here's La Gravina trying to challenge Lady Lala with a final furlong left to go. La Gravina goes narrowly to the front. Battling on Lady Lala. 5 more back to Country Economics. It's La Gravina out in the center of the course. Lady Lala second. Lagervina just in front. The season of Samuel concludes with Samuel Morin winning with Lagervina. Lady Lala was second. It was another zip code back to Country Economics. Hold her close. And all the rest, that's the 8th and final from Tampa.
7-9, 5-2 Lagervina. Samuel Morin with another one, as you heard from Jason Beam. As we get back to the Grade 3 Westchester. Rain coming down a little bit here as we're 10 minutes to post. And a look at Bishop's Bay, who has won 3 of his last 4 starts for Brad Cox.
And able to put some races together finally in his career. He's had some stops and starts. I remember when he actually ended up finishing a narrowly defeated second to Arcangelo in the Travers a couple years ago. He has that good early speed drawn towards the inside. You have to imagine they're going to use it.
He did drift drastically last time out, though, at Oaklawn, drifting out. And Ben Duke, who ducked down to the rail, we saw win an allowance earlier, but I would be a little bit careful with him if he's up to his old antics again, as he put a lot of space between him and the rail in the stretch, and he's quite lucky that he was just able to hold on for this win.
Yeah, not the prettiest of victories here. Ben Duke trying to steal it, dropping down on the inside, but Bishop's Bay able to hold him off. I am surprised. Wow, 7-1 on Bank Frenzy. Next door. Let's go down to Maggie.
He's like Rodney Dangerfield down here. I can't go getting over horse who has never been worse than second, and that is at number 1, Bishop's Bay, who is looking for his 3rd victory in a row. Now, what I like most about Bishop's Bay today is the distance. This is a horse that, it's Brad Cox and what he's able to do, that physically looks incapable of getting anything beyond a mile, because he is very short back, very compact, built downhill, the whole 9 yards. He's like, Uncle Mo, but like he was put in an accordion, like he's that much more compact. And I think, with his drifting last time, it indicates that he's a horse that doesn't really want to go that far, but yet he does have a big heart. So like I said, this distance is much better for him. Like what I'm seeing from Bishop's Bay, it's a normal Bishop's Bay that I tend to see. Moving on to Tumbarumba, a horse I'm not familiar with, for trainer Brian Lynch. And he's one that puts the blinkers back on after a failed experiment of taking them off in that Fred Hooper, as he was the well-beaten favorite that day by 5.5 lengths. Now, he's a horse that on his best day could be better than these, as the track has been downgraded and sealed and listed as good as of now, as the rain is intensifying here in the paddock. But looking at Tumbarumba, as I said, I'm not familiar with him, but Brian Lynch's horses always tend to make good impressions. He comes in here fit. He's a bigger horse. So looking at his record, he does like a mile and he likes a 1-turn mile, but he also likes to run second. So that's a little concerning, especially as they get up there. Is he one that truly wants to seal the deal here? Is fairly laid back in the paddock until they went to put the tack on him, then he tried to run his groom over. So I'll keep an eye on him and how he behaves. And then to his inside is Worcester for Brittany Russell. Ran very well in defeat, I thought, behind Bank Frenzy in that stymie, then would return against a little bit of a weaker field there at Laurel in the Frank Whiteley, but ran a fast figure, that's for sure. And he's one that really caught my eye back on March 1st because he is striking. I mean, he is my total package when it comes to a horse. He's got some size to him. He's really well balanced. He just looks like your true dirt miler, like everything you want to see. And he's got that great energy, brings it forth here yet again. So we'll see. He has a little bit of a pattern, I think, when he, in his numbers, depending on which figures you look at. Is he sitting on one of his better efforts? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Greg?
Well, there's Quince Brew. This horse has run some huge races the last few starts, a couple with Laurel, and then just missed the Grade 2 Carter last start.
And ran extremely well, finishing second to Crazy Mason, who's on the come up as an exciting closing sprinter, because it just seems like he's hopelessly defeated and then shows up with this relentless rally down the center of the racetrack. But Quince Brew was attending a pace that was starting to come apart in the late stages. He was the last man standing in there, just got run down by a horse that's in excellent form right now and able to handle the step up in class. But Quince Bru's been consistent. He's gotten the mile distance before. He draws advantageously towards the outside here as the outside speed. And I think that he is one that I want to take coming in here over Bishop's Bay.
He ran a huge race in the General George 2 starts back as well. And Crazy Mason, I mean, he's been very good. He tends to come from very far off of it. So I think given the way that race ended up playing out, Quince Bru ran well. I was astounded by what a big horse he is too. So I would think he'd appreciate a little bit more distance, and obviously a very cool horse, and so much respect for Ned Allard anytime he ships a horse
As
in.
fast as he ran in that General George, should be pointing him to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. I mean, that was incredible. Matt, you wanted to go back to Tumbarumba, Acacia. What did you want to say about this one?
Just to wrap up what Maggie was saying, I've seen him a few times down in Florida. He is a high-energy horse, and so when they got the tack on and he tried to run his groom over, that's normal for Tumbarumba, as he typically is one that is quite forward before his races.
John Velasquez already with a couple wins this afternoon. He'll try and collect a third on this one here for Brian Lynch. Multiple stakes winner, graded stakes winner, and blinkers going on. This 5-year-old, 6-1 on the board right now as we get set for our post parade. And here's Bishop's Bay. So 3 wins the last 4 starts, 1 despite drifting out last start.
Your favorite, will have to see if that drifting does become a pattern, something to watch with him. He should be forward.
And not muddy and sealed now. Have another change coming up on the track condition. Here's Bank Frenzy, who's won 4 in a row.
And he's handled a wet track just fine. He was able to win against Open Company 2 starts back off a bit of a layoff as well. Obviously, this looks to be the toughest task yet, but he's been in tremendous form for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yo, Daddy, a performance like he ran 2 back, he's right in the mix.
He's able to be one that comes from off the pace or be a little bit more tactical if need be. Did not make a dent last time out in the stymie.
How great is Nate? A little tougher to make an argument for.
Yeah, it comes off of a 3rd place finish in the Army Mule down in at Gulfstream, but he was off of a layoff there, and see second time Fernando Abreu if he steps forward.
Worcester for Brittany Russell with Sheldon Russell aboard.
This one running second to Bank Frenzy 2 starts ago in that stymie, would come back with a win.
Tumbarumba could be forward, and the blinkers go on.
Yeah, they wore blinkers for most of his career. They took him off in the Fred Hooper last time out, so they go right back on today. Unfortunately, as Maggie mentioned, he is a horse that's often right there. See if he can seal the deal in this spot.
And he's never been worse than second. He just missed in a grade 2. Here's Quince Bru.
This one has that remarkable consistency, should be forwardly placed, gets to be the outside speed in here, and has handled a wet track without any problems so far.
Now with more on Quince Bru, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, so if you are looking at the graphics, track is now muddy. And so, you know, that puts, I wanted to take Tumbarumba in here. I wanted to give him another shot. But I think, you know, as an older horse now, he has shown that he doesn't necessarily love a wet track. So that's pushed me to Worcester, who doesn't mind it, I should say, and just yet again looks phenomenal. But let's talk about Quince Bru, who is very dangerous, I think, in this spot, because, you know, you question kind of, does he really want the mile? But physically, when you look at him, he has a lot of size. He's a big, powerful horse. And I think he ran very well in the context of that last race in the Grade 2 Carter. As you guys had mentioned, Crazy Mason coming from well back that day. So he looks the part of being one of the favorites. If anything, you know, you put the 1 against the 7, and physically, I would say I prefer the 7 in here, Quince Bru. Ultimately going to try with Worcester here at 7-1, but I have a lot of respect for Quince Bru, especially given the fact that we know he can handle a wet track. In fact, he might move up on it, and he has speed. He's so incredibly dangerous here, guys.
There he is. He's 2-1. We talked about how good he is. What in the world is Bank Frenzy doing at 6-1? Not to mention he's 5 for 5 on off tracks as well.
He's facing tougher company than he has over his last couple of starts, and while he has been successful and won and handled a wet track and is a tactical type, I didn't really see him making the lead in here, Acacia, and that was the way that he won his last race.
No, I don't think he's going to make the lead. And if you're really concerned about the way the track is playing, I think that's a very fair thing to say, because even last time when he got to the lead, he was off slow when breaking from the rail and kind of rushed up. But Manny Franco knows this horse very well, and he came from off of it when he won the stymie 2 starts back and was able to pull away. You see him drifting a bit there. He does wear that extension blinker over his right eye. He's worn that for the majority of his career. career. And look, I mean, he's been remarkably consistent. He did win against Open Company 2 back, and last time was New York Preds, but he did run a 97 Fire speed figure that would put him squarely in the mix in this spot.
You know, we all look at different figures. Thorograph-wise, his last 5 starts, they're all faster than anything Bishop's Bay has ever run.
Interesting.
Interesting to note.
Yeah. Mine was more of a track play with Bishop's Bay, thinking he'd be the inside speed, but I just hope he can stay straight is the biggest concern. I think it's a concern with a couple of them in here.
That's fair.
And back to Yo Daddy for a minute. The biggest race the 3-horse at 18-1 has ever run. It was on a muddy track 2 starts ago.
It was, but it was also with Lasix. It was sitting a little bit closer. It was facing some horses that are not at the same level as the ones that he's going to be running into here. And I get the argument that if you think this pace is going to heat up, that horses are going to come back to the field and he's going to be the one that benefits from that. I just sort of think he might be a step below the types that he's going to be facing in here in ways that we've seen the track play. They don't help him.
I think you bring up an interesting point with the Lasix. He is a horse that typically gets very hot and washy prior to his starts. And I wonder, and I don't know if this is the case, but I do wonder if the Lasix might help him with that, as it can help to take the edge off a little bit when you're able to run in those types of races.
Favorite has become Quince Brew, who just missed in the Grade 2 Carter last time out. Has that outside post for Ned Allard. As we begin to load up, Bishop's Bay on a roll. 3 wins the last 4 starts. Slight second choice right now as he cuts back from 1 mile and 1/16 to this mile distance as Flavien Prat adjusts those goggles. And getting a lot of dirt on him in this one. Grade 3 Westchester. Track's been gone from fast to good to muddy in about, what, 15, 20 minutes here.
Well, if you can be forwardly placed, clean faces win races.
Grade 3 Westchester. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Yo Daddy goes in. How great is Nate? That'll leave 3 out. The track muddy sealed here for today's 9th race. The Westchester, there's Worcester. Tumbarumba will be next to load. 2 out. John Velasquez and Tumbarumba. And last to load, Quince Brew to the outside. Jockey Michael Sanchez aboard here, Quince Brew. The Grade 3 Westchester, $175,000. All set. And they're off. Speed from Bishop's Bay towards the inside has got early supremacy, and there's Quince Brew towards the outside, is joined by Tumbarumba. That's the front 3, and they're tightly packed as they quickly get set to come out of the chute. Just off of them is Bank Frenzy is to the inside of How Great is Nate, and also Worcester moves forward, very tightly bunched on the front end. The lone trailer, Yo Daddy. The leader is Quince Brew, is out in the center of the racetrack under a snug hold as a neck in front is comfortable enough through a 23.70 opening quarter mile. Bishop's Bay is sitting at the rail here for Flavien Prat, and they're challenging and move back up to challenge this leader, and right off of them is Tumbarumba 3 wide. Bank Frenzy is bottled up in behind horses in the 4th spot. Then comes a patiently ridden Worcester for Sheldon Russell's taken 5th. How Great is Nate is trying to keep up, and the trailer, Yo Daddy. 46.32 for a half-mile time, and Bishop's Bay has taken the lead, but coming right back is Quince Brew. And these two aren't really pushing each other too much. It's been a measured half-mile time, and Bank Frenzy moving to the outside is coming after Quince Brew, who's still in hand. Bishop's Bay still appears to have some run. 4 wide is going to be Tumbarumba. Then comes Worcester. Yo Daddy's made up some ground, but still has about 3.5 to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, and Bishop's Bay and Quince Brew, these two sprint on, and Bishop's Bay is a nose in front. Quince Brew with every chance, and they've been shoulder to shoulder almost the entire way. Yo Daddy's picking up rivals from the back, but the front 2 and a little match race here in the Westchester. To the inside is Bishop's Bay. To the outside there is Quince Brew. Bishop's Bay finding a touch more. Quince Brew back to second. Bishop's Bay wins it. Bishop's Bay over Quince Brew. Then came that photo. Yo Daddy and Bank Frenzy. And 1 minute 34 seconds flat.
4 wins now. The last 5 starts. This was a good battle down the stretch, but it goes to Bishop's Bay over Quince Brew in the Westchester.
He was resilient. He took that challenge early on. It seemed as though Michael Sanchez on the outside with Quince Brew had his measure, not really asking in the same level of intensity that Flavien Prat was with Bishop's Bay, but Bishop's Bay had enough left to fight this one all the way down to the wire, and I think my biggest takeaway is that we didn't see any of those antics, none of that drifting or shifting around at all. He kept a straight course, maybe because he had to, but able to gut out the victory here.
Yeah, he was able to stick along the rail, and sometimes horses that drift being on the rail helps them, and he did have a horse to his outside, Bishop's Bay. Now, it is a track that we've really seen inside speed be quite beneficial, but you and I were kind of watching this race commenting, when is Michael Sanchez going to go with Quince Brewis? You liked the 7, I liked the 1, and it looked like he was loaded with horse, Sarah, but Bishop's Bay, Flavien Prat saving a little bit more on the inside. Maybe the track helped him. Maybe he had just a bit more punch when it counted.
I think both could have easily been at play here, but it seemed as though we were going to see Bank Frenzy make a big run. He was in the right position to do so, and I think Yo Daddy really running extremely well to finish 3rd because he was the one who had make up the most ground from last.
Well, he didn't get out good at all either.
No, he got out okay and then had to take back and then was really far back. So I think he's the one that really did the most running from behind in this race. But Bishop's Bay, he's been consistent and he was able to show up with another big effort here.
1-7-3-2 Bishop's Bay with the victory here. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, Spendthrift, and now 6 wins from 9 starts for this 5-year-old.
Galite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the Joe's in front. Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Galite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Grade 3 Westchester Bishop's Bay over Quince Brew. Flavien Prat, Brad Cox, and Spendthrift. Picture time. And it's a familiar position for this horse.
Yeah, he shows up with a big effort pretty much every time he goes out there on the racetrack, and today was no different.
3-2 with the victory. 6th win now in 9 career starts. Let's go down to Maggie.
And 3 of which now with Flavien Prat. And Flavien, this is a horse that we've seen just show a lot of grit, determination, and heart.
Yeah, very brave horse, and yeah, very fun to ride.
Talk a little bit about the pace scenario. You broke well, and then it looked like Michael Sanchez from the outside with Quince Brew was going to go by you, but he was content to kind of match race down to the wire, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, he jumped well, and I used that for to get a position, and I thought the horse on the outside would clear me, but he never did, and I was actually happy to have a horse on my outside just to make sure he keep him straight, because he has a tendency of getting out, so it was good to have a horse outside of me.
And is that what ultimately kept him from doing so? Because it looked as though, we're not on his back, but from the TV screen, it looked as though he had no inclination of bearing out today.
Yeah, no, he was actually helping me to have a horse on my outside and keep him straight.
Thanks, Michael Sanchez, for the assist. And well done, you. Congratulations. And you're back here for good in New York?
Yeah, I'm back here for good.
Excellent. So glad to have you back as well. And get some sleep, as you and the rest of the room will need it after your trip back from Kentucky.
Yeah, absolutely. A good sleep tonight.
That's for sure. Well, as we saw Bishop's Bay, all heart to take the Westchester. Greg?
I think that was very happy news for the rest of the jockey colony, hearing that interview, that he's going to be sticking around here.
He's one that he's never settled. He's never allowed his success and being the big fish in the small pond to just be enough for him. He's always challenged himself and always shown up and risen to the occasion when doing so.
Just such an exceptional rider, such an incredibly well-rounded rider as well, and coming off of a huge third-place finish in the Kentucky Derby yesterday with Baeza, who is pointing to the Belmont Stakes, which is a lot for us to look forward to.
Will we have a Triple Crown on the line? Will the Derby winner go to the Preakness? That's the next big question we're waiting to hear with Sovereignty and his connections. Tampa in the books with La Gravina to close out the cross-country Pick 5.
A horse that made some sense on paper, and Jason Beam in the call said it well, that Samuel Marin has just really shown up in a big way throughout the entirety of the meet, named leading rider, and we'll see if he goes on to ride at Monmouth in about a week and continue that forward momentum, because he had an excellent winter.
Certainly did. The youngest rider to take the riding title down there since Jose Lezcano did it. That was my trivia for earlier today with Andy Serling. Lezcano did it in 2005 winter, and so the youngest to take the riding title since then.
Wow, good for him.
Yeah.
7.95 in that nightcap there, cross country, $461. Not bad at all with what came in. Wow.
Pretty logical results through that sequence as well.
A very good payout. Still waiting to see how the late Pick 5 is going to play out, and the Pick 6 carryover here in New York. We had a big upset to kick it off, and we'll recap the meet from Oaklawn as well. They wrapped up yesterday. We'll do that when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Stay with us.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone.
does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Sandman trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Matticat Road, and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, you know, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Quiet side on the outside, neck in front now. Simply Joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the fantasy victory.
Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, it was an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Booth and Anarchist, they need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's gonna do it. Booth, a gold star in the count plate. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna.
She just keeps amazing us every time, you know, we think she's good. She just gets better and better, and you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly.
So many incredible moments at the meet out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We were proud to be able to bring you that entire meet from start to finish. They've been a great partner. And look at some of the key Oaklawn Stakes winners from the meet. Torpedo Anna was a shocker, certainly, in the La Troyenne in that defeat. And we hope to see her come back to her old self. I'll start with you, Acacia. All these great moments. What was the highlight of the meet for you?
Well, I got a chance to do several trips to Oaklawn this year, which was always a lot of fun. And I think a highlight for me personally was getting to cover Cole Battle, winning the Rebel. Typically, you know, when we do this job day in and day out, yes, we all have our own personal attachments. But I don't know if I've rooted for a horse that I'm not associated with like this in quite some time. Maggie and I were on the set with Richard Migliori there, and the three of us were cheering like idiots for this horse closing late, you know, and it's just kind of cool because it brings you back to being a fan of the game and watching the little guy be successful and run down a Bob Baffert horse in Matticat Road that day. And it was a really special moment, and special to get a chance to know Lonnie Briley as well, a true horseman that many people were not familiar with until this horse brought him onto the Triple Crown Trail. And I thought it was just a really cool moment to be a part of and to see in person at Oaklawn Park.
It was one of the great stories we've had leading up to a Derby really in a long time. What was it for you?
For me, I know we saw Torpedo Anna disappoint in the La Troyenne, but really following along with her coming back and showing up in a big way in her 4-year-old races, both of them, the Apple Blossom being one of them, but also just following the story of Free Like a Girl, kind of that underdog type of vibe, just like Cole Battle, the winningest Louisiana-bred filly, always just shows up, always runs her race, so many graded stakes placings, and yet another one here finishing second, and great to get to know her connections as well and hear their story of how she's really just done so much for them as that bargain buy and what she's transformed into. But Torpedo Anna, will see where she goes from here, but it was good to see her return with a couple of big efforts off the bench and just have that story from last year continue as well.
I don't know, Christian Torres wasn't there for that final day of racing. He went to Louisville. He's going to ride in Kentucky, but to see Francisco Arrieta win the riding title after the incredibly slow start he had to the meet. He was going to walk away and take a break from the game. His valet convinced him not to. Mig told us this story a few times along the way, and then just completely turned everything around and became one of the hottest jockeys really in the country and winds up winning the meet. Cool story.
It was a lot of fun to follow.
Maggie, let's bring you in as well. You spent quite a bit of time in Hot Springs. What was your favorite moment?
Well, just kind of riding off the back of Sarah with Torpedo Anna, it's never lost on me how cool our jobs are, especially when I get to ride up next to champions like her and talk to their jockeys and just feel, obviously be in their presence, but also feel the admiration that a jockey like Brian Hernandez has for Torpedo Anna and their partnership together. And two, just the hospitality at Oaklawn is second to none, and that hotel, boy, it makes going there quite a treat, to say the least. So we love our winters at Oaklawn, and everybody's so accommodating, all the staff there, and I can't say enough good things about being able to cover Oaklawn, because it really truly is some of the best winter racing that we have across the country.
Keep Maggie on for a second. So when you all were out there, who was the best axe thrower?
Oh, we didn't do it this year. Oh, we didn't do
I can
this
tell you
year.
who's the best at karaoke.
We did do karaoke, yeah.
I know that's got to be you, right? Oh, Keisha.
Secret.
What's your go-to song? What was your go-to song?
I mean, I usually end up going back to like some 90s R&B ones or something like that. Maggie did a Tom Petty song that I was her backup dancer for. So, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to
Great job by everyone there, especially Meg, too, who's out there for the majority of that meet. Did a terrific job with our coverage. We saw the nightcap to come here at Belmont, 6.5 furlongs in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up, and way the horse to beat. Looks like Train the Trainer in here. But we'll talk more about when we come back. Moving to the Rob Atras barn after debuting out on the West Coast against a very good one for Bob Baffert. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races with the nightcap to come. The closeout opening weekend here at Belmont at the Big A. And that is the one to beat and probably the one to catch as well. Train the Trainer to the 5, Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride for trainer Rob Atras. We'll start our post parade with first-time starter executive style.
The Dam did win her first start, half to a couple of winners, though none of them on debut.
Start number 10 for 2 Honest Mischief.
Yeah, he's had a lot of chances already, does cut back in distance, but has been exposed for 40,000.
Blinkers come off for the first time for Iron Max,
who we'll take a look at in a moment, apparently. But this one going out for Amelia Green. It was against the racetrack on the dirt first time. That was an inside day. He was outside. He'll need to improve.
Huge long shot next door. Carlin contention, excuse me.
Did have some excuses first time out, really broken sharply and never looked comfortable. The blinkers do go on, would need to take a big step forward.
Train the Trainer, competitive with a very good one in the debut.
And goal-oriented, who did defeat him, came back to win again yesterday, equaling the 91 Beyer speed figure that he earned in his debut.
Now was on the stretch out at Churchill Downs on the Derby undercard. Liberty Rising 16-1.
And a horse that did not show much from his first 2 starts. We'll see if he can improve coming back as a 3-year-old.
Big long shot, this first-time starter come full circle.
There's a lot more turf in the pedigree, but there's a gigantic bullet work. Best of 185 from the gate, 2 works back.
And bad beginning, ran pretty well last time out. America's back.
Yeah, off of breaking slowly, 2 starts back, showed a lot of speed. If he can run back to that race with that 73 Beyer speed figure that day, he's a major player. I think clearly better when being a bit more forward.
Well, 3-5, Train the Trainer. So the debut came April 6th out on the West Coast, Santa Anita. As mentioned, goal-oriented, and here's that race. 91 Beyer in the debut would win this race. He was second behind him, and then that horse would come back and impress again.
Yeah, that horse showed up again the other day, so really showing that this has been a productive race moving forwards. And goal-oriented did not have an easy time of things in this race. Train the Trainer, on the other hand, he was forwardly placed, and he was the one battling on the front end, and he ended up winning that battle but losing the war.
So 4-5, there he is, start number 2 with the East Coast debut coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Makes you wonder how and why these New York breds somehow end up on the West Coast quite consistently. But taking a look at Train the Trainer number 5 in here, I like the way that Sarah put it, because at the end of the day, he put away everybody that he could, and the winner just heavily backed and was able to swoop by them all, and he would come back and win on Derby Day. Yesterday, though, only getting a 91 Beyer speed figure, a horse that has been heavily hyped from the Bob Baffert barn in goal-oriented. But Train the Trainer, big, powerful looking individual, and came in here with quite the energy, so therefore indicating that he's sharp and likely to show that speed again. The one thing that concerns me is that we've seen him with only 1 work since shipping from California, and I'm afraid it might show a little bit. Again, I don't know what he looked like before, but he is a little heavy. You know, he's carrying a little bit of extra conditioning or weight than you'd like to see, especially through his barrel. Now, he might just be better with these, and he'll move forward and he can just win being 90% fit. Just one thing I noticed, food for thought, on a short price favorite. The other horse I think in here is what the other horse the board would suggest, and taking a bit of money is number 3, Iron Max. Amelia Green with already a win on the card and her first stakes winner as well with On Command with the license fee. But Iron Max gets the riding compliments of Flavien Prat as he'll get Lasix. The blinkers come off, and we're dealing with a much more settled horse, a horse that as a 2-year-old would get himself so wound up, and I just couldn't quite comprehend why they kept trying to go long with him. Long on the turf, long on the dirt, didn't matter. I think he's built more like a sprinter, especially with the Caravaggio influence. I prefer him at this distance. He comes back really well muscled and ready looking for this return to the races, and I don't think that the sealed track is going to hurt him any. As number 6, Liberty Rising, he's a big price on the board at 21-1, but he'll come back for his 3-year-old debut too. And okay, fine, he did not run well in his debut, but it was against a pretty salty field. Salty field again in his second, where he blew the break. Horse just looks really fit here for Pat Quick, who had a big upset winner the other day, and I just thought he's quite interesting. America's back, had trouble in his last, fought the rider after getting away slowly. He looks fantastic, and I think his second race, Greg, would be more of an indication of what we might see today.
Thank you, Maggie. See how this plays out here to close out this Sunday card. Liberty Rising, Christopher Elliott getting things adjusted. 1-2 favoritism, Train the Trainer. With the way the track has been playing, how dangerous is the 5?
Very. You know he has early speed. You know that he has that experience coming in, and Maggie touching on the work pattern for this one, maybe wanting a little bit more of that foundation, but also just, you know, he's been facing good company.
And to echo what Maggie said, you do see a lot of New York Reds end up in California. We've been outbid on a few with the 2-year-old sales in particular that have been purchased to go out to the West Coast. So I'm always intrigued of what these horses can do when they come back and face New York bred company. But it just goes to show the quality of the New York breds. If you have a good horse, people are willing to pay at the sales and run them in top races for a good horse, no matter where that horse is bred.
7-2 on this one. Who had a poor start last time out. See if a better break today is a different story. Or this one from the Mike Maker barn. But a formidable foe in Train the Trainer. Dangerous with his speed and who he faced first time out. As the huge odds-on favorite, the Rat Ortiz Jr. Again, all these big name riders back in town. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin to close things out on this Sunday card.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Train the Trainer flew out of the gate. Train the Trainer quickly up by a length. Here comes pressure towards the outside from Liberty Rising, and America's Back is going to be 3 wide. America's Back wants to contend for that lead as Train the Trainers towards the inside. Tight spot there for Liberty Rising. It's going to settle just off of them in third, and a pace duel now up front. In the 4th spot is To Honest Mischief and Jose Ortiz. They move sweetly here at the rail. Carlin Contention is under the shove, is trying to keep up with that leading group. Also weaving in between rivals there came Iron Max, is challenging out wide of their Come Full Circle, and just now second to last will be Executive Style, as all the way to the back will be Carlin Contention. 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. America's Back to the outside of Train the Trainer. Train the Trainer puts a head back in front, and America's Back is now a clear second. Liberty Rising with every shot from third. Still saving ground is To Honest Mischief, is trying to rally on from the back end of the field. 45-1 for a half-mile time. Train the Trainer is trying to shrug off the challenge of America's Back, and these two are still neck and neck. But now Train the Trainer is getting the edge. Train the Trainer is now opening up here inside the final furlong, is a length and a half, now 2 clear. Train the Trainer approaches the final 16th, and it's going to be all Train the Trainer with a top jock aboard. Rat Ortiz Jr. Train the Trainer wins it. America's Back second, To Honest Mischief, and Iron Max from the back of the pack for 4th. And 1 minute 16 seconds flat.
Well, America's Back broke better. Ricardo Santana Jr. tried to put pressure on this big favorite. In the end, it did not matter. Train the Trainer, Rat Ortiz Jr., Rob Atras, maiden breaking win, start number 2.
He was coming in with a lot of steam, having faced that highly regarded one for Bob Baffert out on the West Coast. Showed good speed, shrugged off a challenge from America's Back, and was just able to ride the best part of the racetrack to victory with that good early speed he has.
Similar kind of type of race as we saw in the Westchester too, the horse that was inside, but I think it really was one when you saw just the tremendous amount of gate speed that Train the Trainer had. I mean, he blasted out of the starting gate and was on the front end right away, and Irad did exactly the right thing. Get him inside position, use that speed to your advantage, and he was able to shrug off America's Back, who did run much better. He's better when he can be forward.
Welcome back, Rat Ortiz Jr. Couple of wins in his return to New York. The weekend, looking back on everything we saw, what impressed you most from what we saw out in Louisville?
I think just the tenacity of certain horses that I really underestimated, like Good Cheer, like Owen Almighty, to show up and run big races, even in defeat in Owen Almighty's case. But nice to see connections like Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado get that first outright Derby win.
Absolutely. It was very special. And Sovereignty is a very good horse. I hope he goes on to the Preakness. I know Bill Mott will make the right decisions with him, but hope he goes on and wins the Preakness. And we have a Triple Crown on the line for Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
We didn't talk a whole lot about it. We probably will next week. How good is Copion?
Exceptionally good.
Derby City Distaff winner. Incredible performance as well for Richard Mandella. We'll see you next week. 1 Eastern start time on Thursday. Thanks for being with us this weekend. On command, taking the license fee for Amelia Green. First win, I should say, on the grass at 10-1. All on ice, keeping things going. 3 in a row for the Arkansas bred with that win of the Vagrancy. Dynamic pricing, 4-year-old debut. victory in the Beaugay as Chad Brown continues to roll in that race, and Bishop's Bay is now on 4 of 5 after that victory in the Westchester.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.